Hello there, everybody. Welcome to day 2 of hardcore testing of the Moza force feedback wheel rim, wheelbase wheel rim, the FSR V2 wheel rim. It's happening. Day 1 of testing was successful. We got a custom display going. We're building a custom display because why not? We updated the wheel rim. We also what else happened? We won a race on erasing. We're gonna win another one today. And just for those of you wondering, here's a banana for scale. Although this is a small banana, so it makes my wheel rim's making my banana look small. Or making the wheel rim look big. Like, this is a tiny banana. I mean, look. That's not a big banana. That's like a chimpanzee banana. Pathetic banana. Absolutely pathetic banana. Hello, Abdullah Halman. Hello. Hardcore. You know the score. They said that because it rhymed, not because they wanted to. Quite successful yesterday. Oh, Skip Barber's at Brands Hatch as well. Got a cup of tea as well. Hope you all guys have one. Cheers. It's been good so far. Oh my god. Email. Message. Oh god. Wow, Gamer Muscle, you seem to be terrible at replying to emails. Yes. Formula C at Road America. What time is that? 4:15. 4:45. Ooh. Can we make it from this to that? Only 2 people registered. You never email me back. I know. I try to. I normally get off 3 or 4 emails a day at least, which is nothing really, isn't it? But I have to read through like at least 5. No, yeah, I'm terrible at life. I'm useless. I know. I'm honestly the worst at everything. But that's fine. What cars we got in the Ringelmeister? GTE? What are these? Are these GTE? Ah, BMW. Oh, RSR. Oh, it is GTE. Well, Ringmeister we could do. So, but I can't. That's not really a Formula car, is it? If we're testing the Formula win, we need to keep to the Formula cars, otherwise we're going to break the universe. I think this Formula C race is a good... Let's do that. Hello, Chili. It's not procrastination, it's dyslexiation. It takes me so long to respond to messages and then to think about it. And then I also have, like... I find it really hard to, like, I don't know what's happening in like a week's time because everything's super random. So it makes it really hard to lock things down and then be like, oh, what's more or less important? I just need AI to do everything for me and then I can just die. And the world will be a better place. We could just replace ourselves with AI and the planet could continue. AI will do a better job. Vote Borg today. It's not speaking, Chili Dog. I can actually write quite well. I spell terribly, but I can write well. The issue is to do with like it's a mixture of things. It's like getting thoughts in the right order, which doesn't help if you're writing or speaking it. It doesn't make any difference. It's getting thoughts in the right order. I know I know in my brain, it's like, best way of describing it is imagine you know something, but someone's asking you to explain it in a language you don't know. You could know something, so that's one part of it. It's really weird. It's like you understand things conceptually, but you can't get it out in a clear way. It's really weird. That's it. Yeah, it's yeah, but I can't afford a personal assistant. How rich do you think I am? I'm actually, yeah, no, we need to be turning over a lot more money to be doing these things. You can get like a part-time personal assistant and just hire them for like a day a week, which is quite a good idea, but then it's a whole management thing of the personal assistant. It turns into I'd rather just be incompetent. Everyone knows I'm incompetent, I think, so it's fine. You just have to build relationships with people, and then they know. They're like, oh, he's an idiot, but at least we know he's trying. They're like, it's like, you know, if you have like a goat that's blind and a bit dumb and just keeps walking into the fence, you're like, well, you know, it's a goat that's dumb, but he's all right. This is pre-recorded, my grayling. Exactly, Winter. That's what I've been saying all along. I don't understand the confusion. Don't know. I've been pretty unambiguous about this. It's really weird that it's like what's strange here is I think it's partly to do with attention deficit or whatever. Like if I'm focused, if I'm doing something focal, it's fine. Like the fact that we can talk and drive and talk, I genuinely find it easier to talk about complicated whatever whilst we are driving. Like if someone said, oh, give me an overview of modern monetary theory, you know, as an email, someone said, oh, can you please explain the basics of modern monetary theory just quickly? I'd be like, oh, shit. But if someone said it whilst I'm driving around Mode America, I'd be like, oh, you know, here's an overview. Here's some authors you could look at. It's like, it's the brain just isn't connected. But it's pretty common, so it is what it is. AI is really good for helping you, though. I just type into AI, I say, AI, tell me how to think, and the AI goes, destroy all humans. I'm like, that sounds good. Yeah, go for it. Oh, wow. It's all good. The main thing right now, though, is we need the dashboard setting. We're making our custom dashboard. What I'm going to do is I'm going to steal, like a thief. Look at this. We can edit this. We can edit multiple dashboards. Trucking good times. Yo, how's it going, man? That we can edit that one, but then we can also edit ours at the same time, so we can see what they've done. So these are the pedal inputs. Maximum is 1.0. Look at this. So if we add a gauge, I don't talk about quantum physics because I'm too I don't believe our viewers have the brains to to deal with the sheer genius. I hate quantum physics stuff. I think it's ridiculous. You need to be a mathematician to understand it, so it's pointless. It's not pointless for them. It's pointless for your average person to even contemplate out of just going, oh, well, that's kind of interesting. Right, I wonder if this will work this time. Oh, this needs to be bigger as well. We're signed up for the F3 race. We're just see if this works this time, because we got this. So this one here, this is the telemetry brake value 1.0 0.0. So this should work. 1.0 0.0. We'll see if this works.
Well, everybody.
Well, everybody. How's it going? Who am I giving free sim hardware to? Need to give free sim hardware to everybody. So my plan here is to have the pedal and brake input, right? Right, what else do we need on the screen? Oh, the tyres, that could be useful. Best, oh, hang on, best lap time, that's not right. Best lap time, estimated lap, current lap. We could have that on the screen. Maybe we can paste it into a different... Oh, that's good. You can paste from one screen to another. I feel like this isn't going to work. I feel like we've made a mess of this already. Fuel. Wait, oh, here we go. No, that's the text. We need the actual... Good. Hello, Jason Murphy. How's it going? Right, I don't need encouraging messages. I should put some unencouraging messages. I find that really obnoxious, you know, when you have... well, you know, when people write, like, really... You know, it's like, well, why are you writing that? What are you doing? That's just not encouraging. That's just annoying. Ah, here we go. Fuel. Hang on, why is that called best lap time when it's the fuel? It doesn't make any sense. Fuel. Oh, they've just not named it right. Okay, fine. Oh, because they've just copy and pasted their own thing, I think. I think we're going to win the next race. For sure. Border. Border! Get rid of the border. Right, this was fuel level. I think you need the fuel level to be pretty prominent. Looks like a face looking back at us. Text size. That's probably big enough, isn't it? Let's save this on the dash. So we've got the brake bias, which I always like to use. I think I might put the brake bias... You don't need the brake bias always prominent, do you? So we can put that at the bottom. but I like having a I like always being able to see my brake bias. Is that just me? Fuel, lap time, fuel and gear. Delta bar's not working, and I don't know how to get the delta bar to work. RPM, speed, TC, ABS, none of that matters. We need something with a delta bar on it. Maybe they don't have it. Pit speed limiter. Or maybe we need to change the number. I think it's using their own thing. I don't think it uses SimHub. Hang on, let's put this to 1.0. Let's set that. Let's see if this works. If I put this to 0.1. Hello, MMR Horring. Welcome. MN Horring is in the house. MN Horring, here we go. MN Horring, what were you doing? Were you dancing? And were you chewing? I hope you were. I hope you were. Thanks for the raid, man. Really appreciate it. We're just making a dash before we go to a race here. Really appreciate you raiding. Welcome along, Horites. Hang. Oh my goodness. Hoing. Drifting. Are you? What? How do you say your name? Is that Chinese? Like hot. Is it Ho Ang? Is your name Ho Ang or something? I'm so confused. What does MNR mean? Oh my goodness! Can't people just call themselves Bob? I'm too dumb for these channel names. Korean. Oh, it's Vietnamese. I was going to say that first, but then I thought, oh no, maybe I'm getting into controversial territory saying that one name is something and not another thing. That's awesome. I really want to go to Vietnam. Are you in Vietnam now? Or is your name just Vietnamese? I really want to go to, I really want to go to Vietnam. We too low, bang ding now. That was Chinese. What I want to do is have a holiday in Vietnam. I realise you might just be Vietnamese, not living in Vietnam. But I really want to go to, yeah, he's born in America. That's boring! Yeah, I thought so. I really want to go to Vietnam though, and I really want to visit VNM in Hanoi. So I'd like to spend like 2 weeks in Vietnam or a week in Vietnam and visit the sim company. It'd be amazing. I've always wanted to go to Vietnam for some reason. I don't know why. Whereabouts are you in America without doxing yourself? Thanks for the raid though. Welcome along, guys. Welcome along, sideways drivers. This is a Formula room, so no sideways driving here. The only thing I think I'd struggle with is the temperature, like the humidity and stuff. North Carolina. Nice. I don't even know what North Carolina would be like, but it sounds good to me. Sure. Oh no, this gauge is all messed up. Let's put that one up. Hello, filing account. Right, hopefully this all works. Let's test it. Let's get driving. But hang on, this is too high. It doesn't quite when you put it on the screen. Have I got the right screen resolution? This is a problem I've noticed. No, that's right. This doesn't quite line up exactly with your screen. You have to keep that in mind. Right. I don't know if we can go from this F3 to the F4 if we'll make it in time, but we'll try. There we go. Very bipolar weather. Got to raid and run though. Okay, thank you. Have a good one, and welcome to everyone that's come from his stream that's now depressed. Hope you're doing well. It's much appreciated. Guys, check out. Can we have a shout out for Mr. Hang? We should be able to put an animated rocket on it. That would be good. So we've got Formula C here. And then the F4 is at 4:45. So if this is at 4:15. Yeah, we should. That's 30 minutes. 25 minutes. And then quali is... Oh, it'll be close. We'll have to sign out of this to get into... What does it say what time the race finishes? Let's say the race is 25 and quali is 10. We might just be able to get in there. Oh, but then practice is 5. Ah, no, we might just miss it. We might not even be able to squeeze it in. Oh well, we've got to do this though. Let's test out this. Let's do driving. You can't turn down an F3, can you? At an F3 at Road America. By the way,
the pace car is out of control.
Mr. Bearex, thanks for following. Really appreciate Dogface did a donation whilst we were not live streaming, so thank you very much for that. Hello, Necro Dogs. All good, thanks. Hope you're good. First impressions. Hello, Baddie. I mean, I'm not the biggest person for Formula for expensive wheels, so it's hard. I mean, it's good. Wow, what a great endorsement from Gamer Muscle. So I personally, I'm totally happy with like a £200 steering wheel that does like functions right. So on my subjective personal thing is, oh no, my pedal gauge isn't working. Look what's going on here. You know, it's not. It's really nice. You can get the cheaper one though, and it'll be fine. So I guess it's just if you're happy spending the money and you want the screen. Why do we have like? Why do we have the brake bias to 400 decimal places? I mean, why not? But it seems a bit extreme to have that much detail for the brake bias. I mean, that's brake bias appreciation. I think I might keep that just for fun. Why not? But yeah, no, it feels really nice to use, and it works well. Buttons feel nice. I think if you were buying this sort of a wheel, you're not really price sensitive, are you? Oh no, filing account, you idiots! Thank you. Filing account has made a mistake. DD girl with a DD wheel. What a babe, what a beauty, what a sexy lady. It's a DD girl with a DD wheel. Filing account has her trapped in his cupboard. It's a DD girl a dreamy girl. For all the channel members have got the gift. Everybody needs a DD girl, put a DD girl in your sim rig. She's so powerful and strong. She will break your arms with her servo motor settings. It's true. DD girl with a DD wheel. Accuforce, Fanatec, Sinew Cubes in Magic. It's a DD girl with a DD wheel. What a perfect lady. DD girl, the dreamy girl. Oh, don't you wish you knew her? It's a DD girl, the dreamy girl. Absolutely perfect body. Everybody wants a DD girl, but now she's gone off onto a holiday. She'll never be seen again. What a shame. Oh, this is broken. Thank you very much, Filing Account, for the gifted DD girls there. I hope you don't mind. I don't want to sing that 5 times in a row. Lord have mercy. We've got important wheel testing to be doing here. I can't get the who's this time? Homie Wan Kenobi. The last thing that he wanted was to be gifted a membership. Look what you've done. I cannot get these pedal input things to work. Even if I copy, let's copy it from this. Oh, it works on that one. But why would it not work? Why does it not work? Okay. Is it when you rotate it, does it break, do you think? Oh, it doesn't work, rotate. Oh, no, it does. Okay, well, we'll just do that then. He's a DD guy. Beautiful. Yeah, by the way, guys, if you make the mistake like Filing Count has of gifting 5 memberships, please go and speak to your local GP. It's a pretty obvious sign that you probably have rabies, at least. It's a warning. It's definitely a warning. Don't ignore the warning signs, guys. Filing Account's at the point of where his brain's being fully infected. The cordyceps have taken hold. He really is in trouble. Poor guy. Poor guy. Hang on, that's not right. Red flag. He goes to the doctors and he'll go, doctor, I donate. I don't feel well. And the doctor will go, well, did you donate channel members to Gamer Muscle? And they'll go, and he'll go, yeah. And he'll go, well, I'm afraid it's terminal. There ain't nothing we can do now. Sorry, it's over. It's over. It's too far. It's progressed too far. There's no recovering from that. And he goes, oh well, I accept my fate. Poor guy. What a way to go. Thank you. It'll be another one in a minute. I'm doing this quickly, guys. Oh, it's loading the session. There we go. I really want the Delta bar to work, but I don't know how to get it to work. What else could we have? What do you think would be good, guys? Is RPM. Oh, we got maybe like a best lap. Here we go. Best lap could be good. Current lap and best lap. There we go. We could put them on top of each other. So if we put... This is... Oh no, that's best lap. So we need current lap. Look at this, dash is starting to look well good already. we also could have the Game of Muscle logo fading in the background. I don't know why we're doing that, but we could do that. Here we go, look at this. This is an absolute invasion of memberships. Bert D's also a member now. So, here we go. Let's see if this works now. I don't know if we need Game of Muscle written at the top. That's so I can remember who I am. Your GP said I drink too much tea. Side effects include despair, bad choices, hair loss, and grumpiness towards tyre models. Oh, yes! We need to make the red bar... The red bar needs to be darker. Beautiful. Here we go, guys. Put this sim on the wheel. Yeah. That'd be perfect. Then we don't even need a monitor. We can just drive whilst looking at everything. You could microwave cold tea, yeah. I would judge you, but you can do it if you want to. The fuel level's working, and then it should say our lap times. I don't think we need the pedal input. I've just realised we probably don't need pedal input on our... Or if we do, I think we'll put it in the sides. I think I'm going to put the pedal input at the really thin at the sides of the screen. Basically, it's just so you've got something there if the pedals weren't working, or so you can see that they're going to 100%. Because you don't really want to see your pedals all the time. That's ridiculous. The Game of Muscle Dash innovations. go. The lap timer's working as well. The delta bar thing isn't though. Have you ever heard of the Ember Mug? No? I mean, I drink my tea before it gets cold. It's a lot easier way of not having... If you drink your tea, it's not going to get cold, is it? Who are these people with tea sitting around in their cups so it gets cold? It takes at least 10 minutes for 200 millilitres of water to cool down, unless you're in the Arctic. So, who on earth is watching their teacup? That suggests that someone's just a very poor tea drinker, right? Like, that's like going, oh, I've invented a plate that keeps your food warm. It's like, what? Eat the food? Ah, but this plate keeps the food warm for 10 hours. Eat the food! I didn't do an AMS2. Oh, no, we did. We streamed it at like 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning. But we did the video. I mean, AMS2 is AMS2. It drives like AMS2. It's a bit wonky, but it is what it is. It's always been like that. First world solution, looking for a problem. Okay, we've got enough time to do another lap. That's good. Oh, it's just it's not saving our best lap time. It's just our current lap time displayed twice. That's not useful. Okay, we need to fix that. Well, you're allowed to like it. You have a skill issue. Well, we can't all be pro tea drinkers, can we? I'm not going to judge you, but I have judged you. The world's been alright so far. Hello, bro. My bro. Oh. We got slower. That's the opposite of what we wanted to do. The delta bar on the wheel was just doing weird stuff. I don't even... Oh, no. I don't even know how the delta bar works. Oh, no, it's working now. You have to do like 3 laps. Perfect. Delta bar's working. You just have to do a few laps for it to warm up. Warm up the delta bar. Right, so my plan is... These are terrible like this, so we're going to put this like here. Going to make these tiny at the sides. And solid. I want it thinner. Can we zoom in? Yes, they're using the Photoshop shortcuts. That's good. Oh, it won't let me go any smaller. There we go, 5. Maybe I'll put these together. Oh, we're racing, guys. Is this open setup? I hope it's fixed. And then this one. That's not best lap time, it's lying. Here we go. This should work now. Look at that graphic design on the limit, guys. You ready? Look at that. Oh shit! It's open setup. Fuel. Where's the fuel? Ah, where's the fuel? 32 litres. Oh, that's got to be enough. 34 litres. Well, that'll do. 25-minute race. Well, we'll be fine. Whatever. We qualified in 7th. It's all fine. No worries. Great. Interesting moves by the cars behind there.
Son los idiotas, hermano. Idiotas.
Idiota. See how my dash protected me? If we get enough people, might do some AC. By the way.
Clear on the right. Right side, clear.
If you guys want to join us in the Zeto. Thanks for following.
There's an incident behind.
Dimar, not Damar from Star Trek: Deep Space Nine. Get ready for a car in the ass, guys. I love coming off my brake in the braking zone so the car behind doesn't rear end me, but then they rear end us anyway. It's going well, alright. It's going alright so far. Not sure what the car behind was aiming for there. I think he was aiming to murder me, but we escaped him. Escaped him sounds a bit like cake tin, which makes me want a tin of cake.
There's an incident behind.
Oh, there's an incident behind, guys. Don't you hate it when you're out and about and you have an incident behind? It's They're the worst. Fortunately, I've never had an incident behind when I've been out and about. Look at this. Everyone's focused on the racing action, guys. Pure, too intense. Too intense for people.
Car on your left. Clear.
Oh, he has a better setup than us.
Car on your left. Stay on the right. Clear on the left.
Sorry, I didn't mean to tap you there. I think it's netcode as well. Yeah, I think it was netcode. Sorry. It was a 0x. Sorry. I'm blaming netcode there. We left space and he'd lost a corner. That erect electromagnetic receives some perfectly white. I cannot watch Luke Anderson bonnet cam. Oh, the electromagnetic receive. Yeah, that's the Halo system, Ian. A lot of people mistake it for an aerial. It's actually the Halo. This minimal Halo can resist a car tyre. It's genius. I couldn't shift because I was drinking my tea. Oh, these guys are slow. We can win this. I mean, I've instantly, as soon as getting this Formula wheel, we're just winning every race. So basically, you definitely need to use my affiliate link to get this wheel if you want to win. Well, it's a 1.3 gigahertz chip in it, so it probably can run Crisis. Are they going to crash? You idiot.
Right. Clear on the left. Clear on the left.
Oh, what's this guy doing?
Clear on the left.
Oh dear. I mean, there wasn't much I could do to avoid that guy. It's pretty predictable that he would lose it back onto the racing line.
Car on your left.
So we could have moved. Right. We could have pulled over even more, but I didn't. That's iRacing. We didn't get damaged though, and I think we broke the back of his car off. So I think I won that battle. Hopefully we didn't get too much damage from that. Steering wheel shaped handheld console. I'm sure one's been made. It will exist. We seem to have not got any damage from that contact. I think it's a good takedown.
Right side. Keep to the left. Clear on the right.
Okay, this guy's going to defend us for all he's worth. Fair enough. It's a race. He's allowed to. Mitch haben some coffee, Mitch Hammerfell, schlon schlon. Yeah, there's some words there.
Just set your fastest lap of the session. The car in P4. Just set the fastest lap. 58.286.
The Game Gear was like the ultimate arm strength builder for kids in the 90s. When you put 8 batteries in that whole thing weighed like 10 kilograms. That's a fun fact. Arnold Schwarzenegger actually wasn't muscular until he bought a Sega Game Gear, and he would play Sonic the Hedgehog on it whilst walking to work, and that's actually how he became a bodybuilder. Yeah, a lot of people don't know that. And it was on his way to work holding his Game Gear that James Cameron was like, "Oh, do you want to be in a movie film I'm making?" And he was like, "I will be in the film." "What do you want me to be in the film for?" "Well, you've got pretty big muscles, and we need someone with big muscles because everyone likes big muscles." "Ah, okay. I will be in the film. But first, I have to go, and then I will be back." And that's how he got the job. True story, that. What's my best tips? My number one tip for iRacing is to not watch any YouTube guide videos or any sim racing coach videos or sim racing tip short videos, and just play the game and have fun. It's my number one tip. Don't turn sim racing into a job by watching. Don't watch any YouTuber that tells you driving techniques and how to drive. Don't watch any of that content. There you go. There you go. It's my number one tip. And ignore the tip as well. That's my tip. Don't tip. No tipping. Fly tip. Tip your waitress. Safe from learning anything here. It's fantastic. Yeah, just it's a video game. Load up the centrifugal circuit. Load up centrifugal circuit and work out how iRacing's tyres work by repeatedly doing slides and catching slides, and then internalise how insane the tyre physics are in terms of them getting stuck over the limit, and then iRacing is entirely it's entirely preemptive driving. So basically, delete anything from your brain that resembles how you'd expect a real car to drive, or a car in Automobilista 1 or Assetto Corsa 1. So imagine every vehicle in iRacing is some form of a bobsled. That's how you conceptualise iRacing. Again, no other sim racing, no sim racing coach, driver, trainer. Nobody tells you that. No, it is, even though it's the truth. Nobody will tell you that. Nobody will. Yeah, so in LMU you can actually overdrive, maybe unrealistically, and you can actually catch slides once you've gone over the limit, maybe a bit too forgivingly, but you can't do that in iRacing unless you're at speed with downforce, or unless you're doing a power slide and you're just stopping the rear from coming out. So you have to drive preemptively.
Go right. Go left.
And then you're good. Oh, we still got a 4X there. I thought we missed that. But once you know that iRacing is bobsledding, it's fun. It's quite fun to race. What's the draw of iRacing? To me, you can jump in and race, or Formula cars, a whole bunch of different cars, and there's people with good lap times to race against. So, but it's and you know it's nice and precise with the pedal input and the steering input and stuff. But the physics are really not how cars actually handle. If that makes sense. Like at the limit, under the limit, it's fine. So as long as you understand that and you accept it and you drive around it, you can have a lot of fun playing it as a video game. Now we host races for people in AC. We race with subscribers.
You're in 4th position. Car 3 is up the front.
Yeah, special events are good in this. And also it's funny having all the people screaming at each other in iRacing. It's good fun. Track models are good. It will make you a better driver playing iRacing though, for sure. Like, it'll make you more aware of pedal input and pedal precision. So I think iRacing is still like a really good, it's a really good training tool. Good for racecraft as well, in some ways, certain types of racecraft.
We are where we expected to be.
Yeah, because so in iRacing, you can only drive smooth. Like everything drives like a 1960s Formula car or something. Like basically, the fastest way to do a corner in iRacing is to hold the steering wheel at a fixed angle through the corner. So watch this corner. This I'll explain what you do. So you've got the corner coming up, then you're like, right, braking, and then. Okay, we messed it up. We went in too fast there, so we just got stuck in understeer. It's very hard to like talk through it whilst we try to drive. But you basically brake slightly under the limit, and then you sort of rotate the rear from the trail braking whilst holding the wheel at a set angle. It's bobsledding. It's absolutely not how real cars generally drive, but it's fine. Well, if I'm not sim racing for live streaming, I'll be going out walking or something. Well, look, the way the grip comes and goes on iRacing tyres is really slow as well. It's like really drawn out. So if you get into a slide through a corner, it's going to keep going before you get to the end of the corner, because it takes too long for the grip to return to the tyre. So so there's no point doing a correction, because it'll just slow you down more. You might as well just ride it out. Rivet, yeah, no sim feels like a real car, but AC1 is a hell of a lot more closer than iRacing. So yeah, all the sims feel like video games. None of them are like real cars exactly, or any specific real car, but the process of driving in AC1 is a million times closer to how you drive a real car. So it's like Mario Kart is not like driving a real car, but it's a lot further away than iRacing. So, you know, it doesn't necessarily matter though. You can have fun playing it. It does really piss off sim racers if you tell them that their favourite game is really unrealistic. So, like...
They're fucking moron.
Oh dear. This is, yeah, free car. It's good fun, really good car track combo. Yeah, AC1's good, but it has bad pit stops. You have to use LFM to play online, and it's not that competitive. You can host races and do leagues, which is really good, but it has like the netcode smoothing for higher pings is like causes rowboating. What else? The tyre wear's a bit weird over longer times. The car setups are like you can basically just make the cars like mega stiff, and that gets you a lot of pace. So yeah, you know, well, they're not on, no, that right. It depends actually on the car, and it depends on the type of curb. And in real life, and in any sim, you'll find that some curbs, if you throttle through them, will spin the car in a similar way. It's just very exaggerated. But I mean, that's all beside the point. The way you drive through a corner in AC1 is the closest to real cars. So the balancing at the limit is very similar. There is no balancing at the limit in iRacing. It's bobsledding at the limit, which is fine. You'll get a lot of backlash for saying that, but it's absolutely the truth. So, no, not really. I mean, no, I don't think so. I think because iRacing's tyres, even the new GT3 tyres, have the same physics issue. It's like driving. I've had multiple real-world drivers say this as well. Like some have said it online, but some I talked with quite a few drivers. It's like if you were to be driving wets that were overheated. So, like, if you had wet tyres on a real car and they're starting to overheat, that's kind of what it's like.
The pace car is out of control.
It's good with Marvin's force feedback app is really good for force feedback. So you can really feel what's going on with iRacing, which is nice. It's a shame we had that crash, because we probably could have won this without that guy having crashed into us. I don't know how you get the Moza RPM gauge to always line up with all the cars. If I try the percentage setting, it doesn't always line up. And if I try the other setting, it doesn't line up. didn't when I drove Project Motor Racing, it didn't feel.
Car stops on the right.
It didn't feel as slidey as Automobilista 2, but it's all. The problem is, it felt pretty good,
Car's the leader.
but it's hard to fully judge when you're driving on random equipment and how they've set stuff up and early versions of games. I mean,
White flag.
it seemed pretty good on one of the rigs I was using.
58.519.
Yeah, just reactively blocked.
Car 5 has taken the lead. Car on your left. Clear on the left.
You can't leave enough room for a car on your inside and then move over. Well, you can, people always do it, but it's like, just defend the inside.
Left side. Clear.
I see, I didn't defend the inside, so fair play to him, he took it. I think he has a lower downforce setup on his car. Judging by how early he's braking.
Left side. Stay on the right.
Oh my
Clear.
god, iRacers! Come on! It's just...
You've got wheel damage.
I'm holding my line. I'm holding my line to defend the
You lost
position
rear
we've
wing.
done.
Major oversteer likely due to lost downforce.
And they just turn
Car
into you.
right.
It's
Clear.
constant.
You've got some damage. Let's get that fixed.
You cannot race in this
All right,
sim.
there's the checkered flag.
This happens relentlessly if you do any form of moderate racecraft. The most moderate of racecraft here. It is so ridiculous in iRacing. I don't know if it's a mixture. It's a mixture of the drivers. A mixture of the drivers, but also just how severe the netcode is. So we get up the inside here, and we've took the inside from him. Fantastic, right? And then he's got plenty of space. He's lost that. We hold our line, and he just drives straight in, pit manoeuvres us. And this happens. This happens relentlessly in iRacing. It's so relentless that if you don't want to get pit manoeuvred, you have to move to the right, because this car, we've said this so many times, this car will always assume that you're going to move over, even though it makes no sense to move over, because you strategically want to hold this line because it forces them to have to back off because they're going to run out of track. It's absolutely the dumbest, most basic form of racecraft, which is banned on iRacing. Like, it's such a shame, because you actually do get put with people that are similar pace, right? And you can race, but because of the netcode, because of the car contacts, and because of the damage and everything, you can't risk getting contacted by drivers doing this to you. So, and because of how it all reacts, right? So it means, and this is so basic, this is like, you learn this doing rental go-karting, right? This is like the most basic of racecraft, and it's banned. Like, it's and so this, again, this is why all the driver coaching stuff, things on YouTube, are utterly absurd. The information in them is great. Swolio, Danny Lee, I don't know, there's loads of them. The information they say is true, and it's good information, right? But it's all beside the point. It's all useless because the sim that they do it all in, iRacing, does not support the most minimal of racecraft. You're saying you're essentially saying to keep your line to force him off track, even though you're side by side. I'm saying if you've come out the corner, you're not understeering, and you're escaping the car behind you. You hold your line there. This car, it's up to them to not drive into this car. The car that's taken the positive action into you is the one that's causing the accident. So they have already lost the corner. They are dropping backwards. They don't have to stay on the throttle pedal. They don't, they could optionally drive into the wall if they want to, right? So what the car on the inside has done has made it so that their choice is to either drive into you, which is illegal and not racing, or they have to lift, or they could even just stay on the throttle and then pull in behind you because you're pulling away anyway. So it's really basic racing. It's just so basic, it's ridiculous. But honestly, this confuses so many iRacers will be like, the car on the inside needs to move over to give space. Like, no, it's also the same thing happens when you're doing multi-class racing, and you purposefully hold a line because let's say you've got a car on your right that's your class racing you, and you see there's a GT3 car in front, right? You purposely hold your line because you know the car on your right has to slow down because the space is disappearing because there's a slower class car in front, and 80% of the time the car on your right will just drive into you rather than lifting to actually not drive into you. If he stays next to you, you do have to move over if the track narrows. So it depends. If the track narrowed in a specific way where the actual line of the racing line would mean that you holding a line is actually cutting across the other car, then that's a different scenario to what we're talking about here. But also, if the track narrowed, but the car on the inside is the one escaping them, it would still be the car on the left's fault for staying on the throttle, driving into a bit of track that's disappearing. That it would still be their fault, right? But this is a totally straight piece of track with the car escaping them. This is like the most pure, simplistic example of unambiguous, very basic racecraft where the car that's gone off the track they're still on the track legally. I mean, no, it depends how you do curbing and stuff, but like this car, fundamentally you're not allowed to drive into another vehicle, right? That's it. And then so you go, well, who's driving straight and controlled, and who's doing the actual decision that causes the accident? So that's the thing. You could say, well, this guy is doing the decision to cause the accident because they know preemptively that most iRacers have the racecraft of a baboon's testicle. So, and that's the thinking, that's the direction that iRacers come at it, is that most iRacers, a lot of them, probably like 70% of iRacers have the racecraft of a baboon's testicle. I have the racecraft of of like a slow loris's testicle. But it's constant. It's actually, the fact is, no, Elsfun, you don't understand racecraft. Yeah, okay. If the car on the right, no, you're wrong. You're completely wrong. If the car on the right, not if the track disappears in front of them. They've lost it. It's their fault. It's their fault the track's disappearing. They've put their car... Right. Let's say... Think of it this way. A imagine, like, what's a counter scenario? Imagine I go for an overtake, and there's a corner coming up in front, and I just drive into the car in front of me, and then I go, oh, you know, the car taking the corner, they shouldn't have took the corner because I'm doing an overtake. If you're side by side here, you've come out this corner side by side, the car on the left is going to run out of tarmac. It's their fault. They've put their car in that position. So yeah, if you're this car, right, let's say you've... Oh, thank you. Guy OU has joined us. Oh, no. This might just be spamming all our new Patreon members. Thank you all our Patreon members. Really appreciate it. If this guy has voluntarily driven themselves off the track, then that's they've done that themselves. If coming out of this corner, it's gonna spam all these now. Thank you to all our Patreon members, really appreciate it. If this car has pushed this car off the track, that's a totally different situation. That is this car pushing this car off the track. So that's another situation. We have left him space. He's also, I say, if we go through all the combinations, if the car on the inside is escaping you, and they're actually driving away from you, if the car on the left, if they happen to be level side by side and exactly the same speed, then yeah, the car on the right can't just can't punt them off the track, using the track to punt them off the track. That's a different situation. There is like 4 or 5 variables involved in this as well, but so you have to think of the counter arguments. If a car has run out of track, they can't then just drive into the car to get the track back, right? If this car doesn't want this car to go up the inside here, then they needed to have preemptively defended the corner such that they can't, because they've already lost the corner. Or they need to squeeze this car on the corner more so that this car has to compromise its speed through the corner, so it, you know, or they need to be far enough ahead so they can do the normal racing line so this car wouldn't be next to them. This car for sure cannot punt this car off the track. So going through here, this car, again, this is where iRacing's netcode comes into it. If iRacing's netcode wasn't so mental and its slip wasn't insane, this car could afford to squeeze this car through the corner, which is suicide in iRacing, dangerous in many sims and dangerous in real life, but this car can hold a tightish line, like assuming both these drivers are skilled drivers, this car can squeeze this car as they're both going through the corner, right? They can both do that, and then that means this car is ensuring that they have enough room on the exit of the corner to still have track, right? That's a consideration of this vehicle as they're going through the corner. If this car, let's say on the extremes, if this car drove off the track entirely and then drove back onto it, you'd be like, well, that's ridiculous. It's just that this is a more subtle version of that, effectively. And yeah, you have to be aware that if you're on this outside line and the curbing is going to disappear, you know, what angle is his vehicle at, right? As well, that's the other thing. Like, whatever way you look at this, so the big thing that you can't do, either way, even if this car was wrong, let's hypothetically say this car needs to leave more space, even if they're wrong, it would still be this car's responsibility to not drive into the car on the throttle that's there on the track. Even if this car's doing a wrong driving move, they're not doing a move that causes this vehicle to wreck. Like, this car still has multiple ways of not having a wreck occur by, like, just fractionally lifting, driving in a straight line for longer. So that's another way of looking at it. If another vehicle has a whole host of ways of being able to deal with a situation without it being a wreck, well, the car that has the more choices to have it not be a wreck is the one that's going to be the one at fault, predominantly, right? So, yeah, okay, fine. It gets more. There are more murky situations. So, a difficult one is the exit of the hairpin on Circuit Jules Villeneuve, where the track nips in a little bit. So, if you both come outside the corner, the car on the left is going to have to follow the track. You know, and the track's going to nip in a bit, so the car on the right would have to leave room. But then in that scenario, the car on the left is 100% on the track. And to be fair, if the car on Circuit Jules Villeneuve, if the car on the left is like less than a wheel overlap or less than side by side, they are going to they would, in any real race, they would get pinched onto the grass, because it'd just be normal. You'd expect it. You'd be like, oh, the car that's ahead of me is obviously going to defend their position, and I'm not gaining on them, so it'd be utterly moronic for me to keep my car in a position where I'm going to get pinched. so yeah. Anyway. So, but iRacers don't get this. Well, you're not meant to pinch people, but literally everybody does in all motorsport. Anybody that's like rich and can afford to like have a crash in just about any competitive race series absolutely does that by default. Like, that is normal. That is, like, I'm not saying that's right. I'm just saying that is absolutely what you'd expect in like F2, F3, F1, moderately competitive go-karting. Unless they've got significant overlap. I mean, even in Formula 1, I think it's like you have to have like your nose. But yeah, the reality in iRacing is, if you're this car, you have to move over and you can't race. So that's just iRacing. But, you know, call a spade a spade. Yeah, you have to call a spade, don't you? That's the key thing. Yeah, motorbike racing, exactly. They would just be like, right, well, good luck joining the track. You've driven yourself off the track, you idiot. That's what's funny, is how prissy, don't know if that's the correct word, but like how lame how obvious and stupid car driving is compared to motorbike racing. And on motorbikes, they're on two wheels, and they're also like riders exposed, and they can fall off the bikes, and they can also, like, their legs can get mangled by the other bikes. It's so funny how car racing is like, I didn't leave enough space. Oh, move over for me. And in motorbike racing, they're like leaning on each other. And they can literally fall over and have bikes run over them. Like, race driving is so stupid. It's a different activity, but it's so funny when you contrast, like, race car driving and race drivers and race mentality. Even worse in sim racing to real driving. But if you contrast that mentality with motorbike racing, it's hilarious. It's like race driving is like badminton, and bloody motorbike driving is like Super G skiing or something. But then the irony is, people act as if motor racing is still the 1960s, and they're like, oh my god, the drivers, how did they, the poor fragile Formula drivers, oh, look how close they are, they could have crashed in their cockpit with the halo, with the hands device, with the helmet, with safety all around the track, with the crash barriers. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, I'm just saying it's utterly hilarious how how prissy race drivers are compared to motorbike drivers. Don't get me wrong, I'm not getting on a motorbike. I'm not getting on a motorbike because I'm not insane. But, do you know what I mean? It's just really funny. It's a race, not a track day. We need to get these to the top here. We messed this up. Well, we've got another race. Anyway, it was good fun, good driving. Another demo of iRacing. Oh, dear. But that's why I say, right, that's why I say with all the driver coaching stuff on YouTube is so beside the point. They're not wrong. So this is the thing. The driver coach stuff is not wrong. It's like good advice, like how to brake, racing situations. They're not wrong, but it's utterly beside the point. And it's the same thing with like DD wheels and it's the same thing with DD wheels marketing and all that stuff. It's like they're not wrong. But people don't mention the stuff that's actually the point. So with DD wheels, the point is that the game's software doesn't output the correct information for a DD wheel to take advantage of it. So it doesn't matter if your DD wheel has a slew rate that's 1/5 better than another wheel. It's utterly irrelevant when it comes to what actually matters, and I'm not sure why this sort of thinking is so accepted in the sim racing space. You would have thought that if you do sim racing, you have to be quite critical about what works and what doesn't work with driving. So you'd have thought that's what people would focus on. But they don't. It's so mental. Is the wheel worth the upgrade if I already have the KS wheel and the Moza dashboard? I don't think so, Ultra Salty Dan, no. Well, I mean, yes, if you use my affiliate link. But outside of that, no, not really. Like, it depends if you wanted a smaller wheel, right, that had, was smaller in feel. For me, I feel this wheel is slightly too small for my taste. Like, it feels a bit cramped for my hands. I do like Formula rims, but I think I'd want it to be a fractionally larger, maybe like another centimetre larger or two, and then for the shifters to be in a slightly different place. For my hand size, I've got sort of medium-sized hands for a Brit, but probably large hands for like a Asian, right? But then you do have all the extra data. I mean, you could just get the non-screen one is totally fine. If you wanted the screen and stuff, then you do get all the screen stuff, which is nice. But then, like you say, if you've got the display already, you don't really need it, do you? So, I mean, I guess the shifters, another set of shifters on top, some people might really want, and so that would. Another set of shifters on a controller would cost you like at least £100 normally. But these are good quality shifters. If you've already got the analogs and the other ones on the thing, you do have the funky switch, 2 funky switches. I'm not sure if the other one has 2 funky switches. So yeah, the thing is, I'm a very sort of utilitarian sim racer. Like I really just like the basic KS wheel. So I don't like I've used a lot of wheels and I'm like, well, they're nice. I just, again, it kind of, it depends what you're buying it for. Like, are you talking about utilitarianism and does it just work? In which case you can buy like a KS wheel. It does the job pretty much, like it's fine, right? If you then wanted, like, do you want to just play around with screens, or do you want more buttons and stuff because you like that? Then maybe you go for that, because you're not. It's beyond utilitarianism. So, you know, it's just one of those things. It's nice and light though as well, and from what I found as well with Moza wheels is they're quite rugged. Like, we absolutely hammer them. We do need the Game of Muscle logo on the wheel. We need to add that back in. I can't. I mean, really do feel. Yeah, I've not really noticed anything bad with this though. The only thing I've noticed actually, the screen sometimes seems to do some weird stuff, like, and maybe there's like some EMI or something on my system, like it sometimes moves a little bit, like it's done it once an hour or something, so I'm not sure what's going on with that. Probably EMI. But a nice thing with the Moza thing is this editor thing's quite nice. Like, it works, it's very easy to use, which is good. I don't know if the SimHub one is as easy to use. What can we do with the Game of Muscle logo? We can have it blink. Maybe when it hits the RPM. When we need to shift. We can have it zoom in and out. We can have it go scale can increase and decrease. I'm not sure how that's useful though. My logo is really annoying in that it doesn't fit on anything. So it's a proper square. You'd rather have like a rectangular logo because you can do more with it. I mean, maybe having it in the background, just fading bigger. We could just have our face as we go faster.
The pace car is out of control.
Don't think we can change the colour of this though. We'd have to change it in Photoshop. Thanks for following, Marmalade3. Welcome, appreciate it. Well, the orange bit is just the delta bar. But we can have the blink. We can have blink for when we need to shift. So, max RPM. Or it can blink for APTC active. Turbo. Maybe this will work. Maximum RPM. It'll blink when we need to shift. There we go. This is great innovation, guys. It's going to blink it. Let's look. File, save. You're not going to be able to see it. Oh, it's blinking already. Don't want it to blink now. Oh, no. Oh, maybe that's a default blink. Hang on, maybe we need to... Oh. Stop doing it now. Okay, maybe that was just a demo. Right, let's get into a session here. This is important stuff that we're doing here. This is really important work. I feel like we're really helping build sim racing into something special. I don't think we can link it up to subscribers. We don't really need Game of Muscle written on the top, do we? I mean, it's kind of... I don't know why we have Game of Muscle written on it, but like, why not? We should have the top text should just say idiot. Moron. Oh no, it's blinking already. We're not even driving. Okay. We don't want it to be blinking like that. That's pretty annoying. Oh, do we need to put value equals something? I'm not sure how that works. How would you how do you set it so it would blink at a value? If this is like, oh, that's max. Oh, no, I think that's just we can have it for when there's wing damage, the Game of Muscle logo can appear. rear wing damage. Ah, pit limiter on. Let's see if that works. I don't know where my pit limiter is. Oh, it doesn't work. I just wanted to do something. Maybe this doesn't work. Maybe we need to turn that on as well. No, that's just bloody blinking all the time. Hello, Robert Mitchell. Yeah, I'm not sure what we can do to this. We could just have it rotating. It looks so dumb when it's rotating though, because it doesn't... rotate with speed. I don't think it works properly. This is the problem. It's so stupid. As we go faster, the logo spins around. It's totally useless. Totally useless. It's... Oh, there we go. Look, it's slowing down. Oh, yeah. What a great... How is that? How is that helpful? I do not know. Just a logo spinning around and doesn't help in the slightest. I should put my face on it. I need my face on it.
What the actual fuck
and
was
my face spins
No, we was
around
bugging.
as we go faster.
That was deja vu.
Hang on.
Yeah. Fuck.
That's a good idea.
No worries, mate.
Right.
Jag ber så hemskt mycket om ursäkt.
We need a picture of my face. Let's see if I've got one here.
Yo, this is the first race I changed from Logitech to Moza. It's insane.
Is it better?
I get a new wheel soon.
Dude, I'm trying to kill a dragon here.
The W, but it's kind of like bugging out now. I don't know what's wrong with it.
Moza's terrible, guys. Absolutely awful. I can't believe you'd buy a Moza wheel.
I can't believe you done this.
Right.
What would you recommend instead?
Moza. Stupid. Oh, we can put the teapot. We can have a teapot as the icon. We can have a teapot in the wheel. Ah, this is perfect.
Subscribe to unsubscribe, yeah?
No. Don't do that. Guys, we can have teapot in the wheel rotating. This is it. Right.
By the way, did they change the weekly rotation yesterday?
Yeah, it's every Tuesday, every Monday at midnight. Oh, DD Girl!
Dude, I got so tickled. I just got my license for this, so I bought the car, and I bought the map, and then played for an hour, and then they changed maps, so I needed to buy this again.
You got Brands Hatch, though, and it's the best track in the...
Get ready for your wallet to be empty.
Brands Hatch is the best track in the world, so don't worry. Right, we're having DD Girl rotating, guys.
But how does it work with sports car? Like, for example, if I have a good license on Formula, will I still need to level up from the start on the sports license as well? Yeah, you need to suffer twice.
Why did I not think of this? This is the obvious thing that we should have done. Right from the get-go, we should have had DD Girl just rotating on the wheel. Ah, this is perfect. DD Girl can be rotating on our dash. Why did I think of this? This is so obvious. Should we be right in the middle, behind the gears, or should we have her in front of the gears? DD Girl's more important than the gear we're in. DD Girl! We could have two of her. We need her in the middle, though. Ah. We could have DD Girl in a teapot. What if we put DD Girl in the middle, but then we put the gear? I don't know why. I'd like to apologise for not thinking of that sooner, because obviously it was the most sensible thing to do. We can have DD Gill here. We could have a teapot on the right. When we get damage, huge error can appear on the screen. I don't know. What we did, we've got some other graphics we can use. We've got the guilty. Anyway, well, this would do. What else do we have now? We've got the gear. What can we put right in the middle? What's useful to have right in the middle?
Sorry, David. I didn't look in time. Oh, right, mate.
Yeah, we can have a teapot that gets brighter as we go, as the RPMs go up. Genius! It's so obvious. I just can't believe we didn't think of it sooner.
What are you doing? Yeah, you can't just like slow down and then go straight to the racing line.
Oh yeah, we could put the fuel gauge on the teapot. It's a fuel gauge here. Okay, I'm using ChatGPT to generate me a teapot. What doing?
What doing?
What doing? Hello, Tayson. How's it going, man? We're good. We're just we're working on our incredibly important car dash here.
What doing? God damn, that was quick.
Bloody hell, it takes ages to generate an image whilst doing no work. Oh yeah, so DD Gill should rotate as we go faster.
I don't like ACC, but I do like the normalist.
The normal.
So it's probably
one of the best.
Probably one of the, well, one of the or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1.
Oh yeah, we do actually have a.
They're really good. It's really good.
I don't know what about it too. We did have a. I don't know why iRacing is so loud actually. Sound.
You can press right.
By the way, did they ever have rainy conditions on the weekly maps?
I think it only starts raining in C rank.
Oh shit.
Sometimes there'll be exceptions though, like the production car challenge.
A couple seasons ago in Formula 4 it was rainy at Hockenheim, I remember.
Oh, so I must have gotten it wrong then.
what's going on here?
With wet tires, so you shouldn't get wet weather. By the way, where do you
What's going
where do you change
Oh.
wet tires, dry tires, and shit like
These
that?
Oh, so you go in your main menu.
Oh,
you
shut
actually
up, I
put
wanted-
it, it'll show you.
No!
And it's the top selection at the top. I think where the
trying
tire
to
pressures
set-
are, you can select what tire compound. Thanks, Will.
I'm trying to set the volume. Okay. Well, okay. This is not working.
Oh shit! Thank you.
It's a bit weird how these buttons work.
And another thing, by the way, can't you
Oh,
make
stop
in settings
talking!
so the dildo in the middle of the screen it's transparent?
Why is this not?
Yeah, you can.
You can in your
I
dress.
don't get why this. Oh, because they're all working like. These are all set up like buttons or something. I need to change those settings. Ah, there we go. We'll just use that for now. It works. That'll do. Right, hang on. DD girl we're doing, and then we need the teapot. The teapot. Important things, guys. You got to get this right. Obviously, I mean, this is going to be totally useless if we don't do this properly. What's the point? Now,
Sorry, that was an awkward move, Alton.
we always say if you can't do it properly, it's not worth doing at all. Look at this. This is... I mean, if that isn't the best dash, I'm honestly not sure what is. In fact, the gear can be in a different colour on top of the teapot. Genius.
By the way, does anyone here has the R9 wheels?
Why? Why would you drive forward? You're literally on the
Why?
racing line.
Why? Why would you drive forwards? Why? This is sophisticated dash design, this. Look at this.
The pace car is out of control.
Ah, no, that was the wrong thing. We don't want that. Oh, bloody hell, what was the scale? I think we should have 2 DD girls. This is just going to be really annoying. Well, I think it's pretty much an optimal dash though. Like, you might not like it, but that's beside the point. That'll do. We'll save that. Right, here we go. File, save. Hello? Why is it not updating? Does it not like my dad? Oh, there we go! Here we go, guys. Oh, we need the teapot to get bigger. The TT kill's rotating. There we go. Ah, this is pretty good. We need the teapot to get bigger. Right.
Car on your left. Clear.
Right, some small changes here to get this. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't know why Moza aren't using this in their marketing material, because this is probably the biggest reason to get this.
Smart guy.
Right, we need the teapot to get bigger. We need a minimum.
Really
I
smart
don't know
guy.
how we set a minimum size.
Whoa, sorry.
It's just a teapot. It's moving from the side. It's just a teapot gradually filling the screen as we go faster. There's just a teapot scrolling along. Ah, wow. It's going back. It's dumb. It needs to expand from the centre, obviously. How do we set the centre point? Moza, you've not thought about this. It's going from here. We need to set the anchor point, but I don't think we can. Oh no, that's what these are. Align centre, maybe.
Well, how?
We need a minimum. Yes! No, it didn't work. It didn't work. It didn't work. Yeah, unfortunately, that doesn't really work very well. Like, maybe we could, if we could set a minimum value and we could align these from the centre. Well, how can we get this teapot to do something? I mean, we can have the teapot spinning. Hang on, there's a race. Oh, the race is starting. Here we go. Let's go. Yeah, I'm not. I really don't know what we can do to improve on this. Oh yeah, well it is one of the default render assets. Yeah, the teapot, the generic teapot. I mean, this is a pretty good dash as it is. I just want the teapot to do more. You know, Just it getting bigger and smaller will be perfect, but we need some scripting. So this uses JavaScript. I mean, we can have the opacity increase and decrease. That's something, isn't it? Yeah, I think Porsche or Mercedes will be like, they'll see this and they'll be like, right, clearly this guy knows what he's doing, right? Oh, look at that, the teapot gets further as we go faster, the teapot becomes more prominent. It is tea time at speed. And the TT girls also rotate. Well, that's quite good. It's quite good because you can know if you're going round a corner at a good you'll be like, oh, Druids is taken with DD Girl at a 90-degree angle. So you can be like, right, how rotated is DD Girl? Forget speedos, DD Girlometer. The Girlometer. It's the new way of telling how fast you're going. Officer, excuse me, sir. Do you know what speed you were going at? About 35-degree DD Girl angle. Wow, so you know 20 degrees DD Girl is the maximum speed allowed in the UK. Oh, I'm sorry. Right. Time to put in a stonker. Does anybody want to do some racing on AC later? This has been a phenomenal time. Now that would be Night Dandelion. I think it could be possible, but it would, with the tools available. Okay, that probably would take about 3 hours because we need a teacup, and then we can make we can have a tea pouring gif that we can then set the transparency to appear based off speed coming out of the teapot, and then we can even limit the angle of the teapot, and also have the tea pouring thing only happen at a certain angle so that it starts pouring tea once we're at like tea speed.
Okay, here comes your first time lap.
Good old slipty slide through there. Delta bar's working though, I think. It's back to front. Push it in. Push it in.
One more lap.
Yeah, the delta bar's back to front because it goes on the screen when we're slow. It displays the bar when we're slow, not when we're fast. So more delta bar on the screen is bad. It doesn't go from positive or negative. Seems all over the place as well.
All right, there's the checkered flag.
Wow, this is fantastic. Right. I mean, the wheel's working there, that's good. Don't know why the time is still counting up. We've finished the lap. It's a bit weird, some of the telemetry stuff on this. Well, obviously F4 will see what I've done and they will copy it. How couldn't you? Do you know what I mean? You'd be like, oh, we really can't miss out on what Game of Muscle's done. This is superb work that he's done. Do you know what I mean? They're like, this is phenomenal what he's achieved. The actual words would be incredible what he's managed to do. Unbelievable. What a talent they'd all be saying. What a legend. You know, I mean, how could you look at that and not think, right, that is good? It's been all right so far, yeah. Still counting the lap. Where did we qualify? Oh no, it's a disaster quality. Oh well. Most annoyed? I don't know. Every time I watch BBC Parliament. It's just yeah. Instant and just like a room full of like disconnected Parliament's got to be like one of the most annoying things, because a room full of annoying people, like people utterly disconnected from reality, jeering at each other when the country's in dismay. Order! Order! Burkow was alright though, because he shouted order every now and again. I can appreciate that. Burkow should have been made permanent House Speaker. Right, here we go.
The estimated strength of field is 2,418.
Hugo's a fan.
Keep it clean. The DNF today would hurt our points a lot.
So our dash has improved so far. We've got 2 DD girls. We have a teapot that appears in the middle as we drive. Will the innovations ever end? Harry Moore, it doesn't have a new F4 tyre model. There is no new F4 tyre model. Yeah, 0-0 Guinness. Keeping it real. Nothing happened to it.
Left to grid.
No, it's only the GT3 cars, but it's not. It didn't do anything. Henry Moore says there's a new one at the start. No, they did. They tweaked the. They tweaked some of the parameters, but it's basically the same as it's always been. Same as the GT3 car is still the same. Like the same.
Still waiting on 2 cars to grid.
You have to drive exactly the same. I don't think iRacing will ever. You know, it's by design, isn't it? I think they're happy with it. What can you...
Waiting on the
It's
final
their
car
choice,
to
isn't
grid.
it? Yeah, well, you know, I always trust everything corporations say.
Green, green, green.
Here we go. This is a sandal or a scandal.
Car on your left. Still there, hold your line. You're on the right, 3 wide. Still there, still there. Left side, 2 wide. You're on the right, 3 wide. Still hold. Hold your line. Car on your left, 2 wide. Clear.
I think that's a pretty good Druids overtake. Brands Hatch Master. Can't believe we got through that. Oh, why is my wheel right in the middle of the screen? Oh, it's on the wrong layer. Ignore that. We need to move the camera down. Because iRacing, whenever it's UK tracks, run it as if we've never got sunshine. To be fair, it's quite realistic. Oh, he's getting punted off. I know. Just, it's pretty spot on though. This is UK weather. Oh yeah. Just absolutely wrecked that guy. Oh yeah. I mean, I wasn't going to go for the pass, but if I was, that was up there with one of the most ridiculously slow reactive blocks in the history of racing.
Right side. Clear on the right. Right side.
4X. Again, he's reactively
Keep to the
blocked.
left. Keep to the left.
There we go. We're going to get wrecked now. If we drive properly, he's going to drive into us.
Keep to the left.
Oh, he hasn't. It's a miracle.
Stay on the left.
There it is.
Still there. Clear on the right.
Honestly, you could not race in this game. No racing. No, it wasn't the car
Rear wing is
that...
damaged.
It wasn't the car that I thought it would be, though.
Oversteer.
It wasn't the car that I thought it would be. Let's be honest with this. We could do a fast repair.
You got a slow car on the right.
What's the bloody pit stop thing for tyres?
Pit box in 5, 3, 2, 1. Right here. Go, go, go!
I mean, it's funny, isn't it? Because there's no other way to actually overtake on this track. No, the car's behind just rear-ended us. Number 2. It is no battle. We'll catch back up, hopefully. Guys in the back. I don't know, it's probably quite a bit of net code as well. Car behind survived, I think.
The car in P1 just set the fastest lap. 22.237.
The most obvious thing. Can we catch up with the back? We should be able to. Should be enough time to catch up.
New fast flat for you.
Full brand hatch send, here we go. Activate Vaseline. I'm surprised the teapot didn't protect me. Oh dear. "17-second gap." I think we can close that.
Just set your fastest lap of the session.
It is a nice circuit. I don't mind the some aspects of iRacing. The like the force feedback from Marvin's app is really nice, and you know it's nice bobsled driving. I might set up a AC server. It's a bit tedious getting driven into by people when you try and do like the most minimal of racecraft. It's such a shame with iRacing. I don't think it will ever. It won't ever change, will it? Because you'll never get. You'll always have YouTubers ignoring the stuff that I say because it's not worth the hassle. You'll have all the driver coaches and setup sellers and everything, hardware manufacturers. None of them are going to mention the issues of iRacing because it'll just be negative for sales. And iRacing themselves, I don't think they don't care, or they don't know, or they don't care. So yeah, it's not going to change, is it? Like what would it actually change? Well, what would it take, hypothetically, for iRacing to change their car contact code and the net code substantially so that it's more like closer to R factor 2 or something? Maybe still a lot less forgiving, but... And then,
22.389.
yeah, like I just don't see it happening. And then what would it take for them to what would it take for them to genuinely make the car tyres actually like tight? Like there'd be no point. it took them ages to do the GT3 thing, and that is still the same thing. The same driving. The driving is exactly the same. There's just slot before you get to the limit. So if from their perspective that was like a big thing, like, do you know what I mean? It's never going to change, is it? I mean, and also, I think this is a thing for all sims. The fact is, 90% of sim racers can't drive. Yeah, Zag, it's strange, isn't it, when someone's popular? Yeah, it's funny that. To be fair, most our comments were actually positive as well. But yeah, the thing is, most people can't drive at the limit. So they're never going to know. With any sim, it's got to be like at least 90% of sim racers, and then of that last 10% of sim racers, very few, like a good number of them are fast drivers, but they've just learned how to drive whatever game they're playing, and what they're doing is they're like. So in iRacing, they're just driving into the slip, but they're not actually balancing the cars. They're just, driving how you have to drive whatever sim, iRacing, AMS, whatever, whatever sim. They're just driving that sim in that sim's way, right? So they're not necessarily aware of what's going on. Source, trust me, bro. Well, Source, that's how it is. So yeah, and then even if you say that, people won't believe you. So I mean, the fact if you have something where 90+% of people, yeah, it's the same with all the sims. If 90% of people doing the thing have no conceptual understanding of the issues, then why would a business bother catering to them? It's like someone going, look. Taylor Swift's music is a little bit rubbish, but all the fans be like, "Man, we love it, and you're like, "Okay, well they do, and that's fine." So as long as they're enjoying it as a product, that's great. They're doing the right thing. It doesn't matter. The objective qualities don't really matter, do they? Because people are having fun. So. Yeah, so this is why I don't have too much hope for, because also if you're let's say you're an indie developer and you're like, let's say you know what a good thing to do would be. It's too much work to build a simulator now as an indie. It's almost impossible. Right, well, exactly, Ryan. It only works in that competitive phase. Ferrari27, thank you for subscribing to the channel on Twitch. 6 months, really appreciate that. Thank you. Tier 1 sub as well, thanks. Yeah. So yeah, even if you're an indie developer and you're like, right, I think we can do something better, and I think we can do something focused. So as an example, it took Kunos 7 years before they got to like AC1. Like they did, took them like a year or two to do Netcar. Then Netcar Pro was like another year or so. So it was like 4 or 5 years before they even got to AC. And then even with AC, it took 3 or 4 years for that to even like establish, right? So, and AC was a pretty bare bones project. And that would have been a hell of a lot of work still. So then you have the thing of like, if you're going to use another engine and stuff, you can do all that. But even if you tinker around with a lot of these engines, you actually need to be a fundamental. You need a fundamental physics programmer, which is insane. And then your fundamental physics programmers that are really good at physics programming typically are like mental engineers, so they're not really interested in making a rounded product. They just want to they're just playing the game of building as good a physics as they can, right? So, and again, if in the marketplace, probably 95% of consumers, if they all think that iRacing or ACC is fine, what's the point? Like, what? Like, okay, well, you'll do it because you feel like it's the right thing to do, or, you know, but you won't get recognised for it, and it's a lot of cost and time. So, yeah, there's no real reason, unless someone was totally insane. There's no business reason for them to do it. Well, BeamNG's like a physics sandbox. It's not particularly realistic in its time model. They're working on it. So BeamNG's a whole different thing. It's a different type of game as well. And that took a long time. So that's like 10, 15 years of development. That started off as another sort of physics engine. The Nostradamus of sim racing. But this is why I say I think it's important for people to be honest about the actual physics in sims, and I think this is why it's important for YouTubers and influencers, especially. It's easier not to be critical because you make more money, you'll be more popular, but it is actually to the detriment of the video games. But, you know. It's not quite that simple. If you're talking about the Evo thing, it's not an easy thing to answer. It's not quite that simple. So, like, the problem with older engines is that they don't take advantage of modern graphics cards, and maybe aren't scalable for games consoles, and maybe don't operate well in terms of moving things further forward. So when you're talking like 5 to 10 years in the future, which is like, that's the time scale for a game. Like, if you develop a game, let's say it takes 2 to 4 years to develop, often the idea would be it's 2 to 4 years to develop, and then you would be servicing it for 2 to 10 years, right? So you really don't want to have to rewrite the underlying graphics engine, core engine features, because it's a very... A lot of stuff is dependent on those underlying features. So if you then start tweaking graphics engines later in development, you've got a mountain of work, and it's a recipe for like damaging the game and making things not work as well, and just giving yourself... It can just be terrible. So it makes sense with Evo. It does make sense for Kunos to do their own engine, but that is a very hard task to do. So the thing is, it depends. If you're looking at something from a consumer perspective, and you know, all a consumer cares about is, does it actually work and does it offer good value for money at this point in time? That's one perspective. And so with Evo, consumers will obviously compare it against what's in AC, right? Because all that matters is the functional benefits. From a developer's perspective, they are thinking about a 10-year time period and cross-platform and, you know, a whole bunch of stuff that's not relevant to a consumer at this point in time. So that's why... That's the deal with developing your own engine. There's a lot of reasons why. and well, in terms of developing an engine as well, rather than using Unreal's... the reality is, if someone's building a racing simulator, if they use Unreal Engine, you end up having to do so much custom work outside of the base fundamentals of Unreal Engine that you get to a point where you're actually just fighting against all the bloat and features of Unreal Engine, so that the value of Unreal Engine ends up actually being detrimental. And there's a whole load of quirks with Unreal Engine where it works fantastic if you're doing a simple type of project, a room-based project, or keeping things to the core Unreal features whilst also being very careful. It's great for that. But the moment that you deviate from the fundamental package features of Unreal, it gets exponentially worse and worse and worse to develop with. You can find people, you can get staff that will be trained in it, but the project just automatically becomes its own unique thing and a total nightmare. And so and Unreal tends to be an issue when a project is like 80% done. Unreal Engine tends to be like, oh, it's amazing, all the way up until a game is about 80% done. The developer's trapped into having to commit that project, and then the developer has to try and massage Unreal Engine to work properly, and it's just like, it becomes a massive nightmare. So that's why using Unreal for racing sims is generally not in many ways not the best option. It can be workable, but there's so many aspects to it. Alright, let's see all this silliness. If the physics engine is CPU bound, why is the CPU underutilized in the game? Because the CPU underutilization you're seeing is probably due to other cores of the CPU not being used, or it's not just a case of there's certain parts of a CPU that will be used more than others, or the CPU has bits that have to wait for something else, or there's things that are processed in different orders and to different degrees. And so the gauge at the top of your screen that's telling you how much CPU's used, the game might not be able to use all of the aspects of the CPU that apply to what that gauge is displaying. So it's not that the CPU's underutilized. It's that you can't actually use a lot of components of the CPU for a lot of things. So a game will always be using the CPU as much as it possibly can. Like, it's just that, you know, it would just be a case of there's obviously very clever ways that things can be programmed. There's ways that things can be sent off to be programmed, to be processed in different ways. But then that adds in loads of complexity and loads of other issues. So it's really just not as simple as games not utilising the CPU. It all gets so monstrously complicated. What components? Well, I'm not a programmer, so it's very hard for me to specify exactly. I can just tell you from like an overview perspective that it's just not a case of that they're not using the CPU. It's a case of it's not that simple. Like, I can assure you the people programming video games and doing these things are actually very clever. It's very complicated and there's so many factors involved. But you also might not want to be using, so let's say you've got a game that's a cross-platform title. You might have less type of a specific type of processing available on console as you have on PC. So you might design a game to actually use the CPU less, or to leverage other aspects of the system more, based on what's the general hardware in the space. If it's going to be on console, if it's going to be on PC. So great, someone's got a really fantastic, powerful CPU. But it's like, well, yeah, but you just haven't designed it to absolutely maximize that specific CPU, right? Because it wouldn't make sense, because you're trying to make the game run as best possible on whatever the majority hardware is, or the target platforms. So that could be another reason. There's so many reasons. I mean, it could be that the programmer's been lazy, or they haven't thought about it, or they've had to rush stuff out, and it's whatever the quickest thing they could get done that worked at the time is what was done. That's a very common reason. So, you know. Yeah. anyway, the games are very complicated. I think the problem is you probably need to so I only have a very basic view on these things, and that's as someone that's done a bit of games development and been around the games industry a long time, and I mean I have a degree in games design, even though it's Mickey Mouse and bollocks, but I've worked with programmers, I've worked on multiple games, I've been around game developers on loads of projects, and even then my knowledge is absolute shit. So the problem is, how do you explain this stuff to people who haven't got any experience of this other than me just giving analogies and just saying, well, take my word for it. Well, if what were the case, if that were the case, a single core would be fully, well, not necessarily, because it depends, like, it's just not that simple. Can a programmer in chat explain this? You know. You just speak to a programmer as to, there's so many reasons why a processor might not be fully utilized. I'm not saying it's good or bad. I'm just saying there could be lots of reasons why you might be, your game could be running well or badly, and your CPU is utilized and not utilized, and it could be for negative reasons. It could be bad programming, it could be lazy stuff, or it could actually be that they're doing stuff pretty well, all things considered. There's so many components to it. I just wouldn't hyperfixate on CPU utilization as a default single metric of relevance. Right. Let's see what happened here. What? We got through here. Yeah, but that's true, Cyber Fury. However, not everybody has the same processors. Not everyone, you know, and not all platforms are the same. And it's just not like what I don't know what question someone's asking. You'd have to ask a more precise question. Yeah, exactly. So, hypothetically, that's a good way of putting it. Your processor could be used perfectly, 100%, and the game could still run badly. It's just, you have to ask a more precise question to get an answer that's useful. All right, yeah, fair enough, exactly. So there's just so many components going on. you have to. It's the kind of thing where you have to ask. The question has to be a better question. The assumption that CPU, so the flaw in the thinking is that CPU utilization and a game using the CPU utilization, or how that's displayed. So if you've got a graphic, if you've got a thing on your screen saying CPU utilized or not utilized, the assumption that by default that is a good or bad thing is the mistake that's been made. It's not necessarily a good or bad thing. So you know, you just, I mean, you could have a game that looked like ass and had 100% CPU utilization, or a game that looked amazing and had 30% CPU utilization as far as it's displayed. There's so many components to that. I mean, it doesn't matter. Like if it was running smooth, who cares, right? So you'd have to just ask a. Yeah, Livio, I don't know what question you're asking. Oh no, did we just miss the F3? I think that's the problem. When you get to the more technical something is, the more important the question's more important than the answer. 42. What's the meaning of life? 42. That's basically what that is. Oh, we could do another one of these, why not? We did. That was terrible, that last one. Beautiful. Beautiful and terrible. These are all like clogging up the screen here, so let's... Right. Yeah. Games are just computers are just a pain in the ass. Don't ever computer. That's just the lesson I take away from life. Right. Did we sign up for the next one? Will it let us? Oh, we signed up for it, so we can do the replay. You wouldn't expect a modern simulator to not have paralysation at its core. Yeah, they will do. Oh yeah, okay. You're just answering him. There's loads of pretty much any modern program game will have paralysation, but then again, that could be good or bad to varying degrees. No, I'm stupid. I don't know these answers. ChatGPT will. You can ask a question in ChatGPT and then ask it what would be a better question to ask to understand. What is the correct question to ask to understand why core usage is not necessarily the most defining aspect of what's relevant? Ryan, I don't think AI will take over everything. What AI is good for is, if you think of it as like a ridiculously insane search engine. Well, large language models specifically. Obviously, there's lots of different types of AI, but just large language model type approaches and neural networks. What it's really good for is, let's say I'm doing. Right, let's keep it outside of programming and stuff because I don't know programming. Let's say I'm writing a script for something. For a video, well, instead of having to spend like 5 hours researching rando facts or specific bits of knowledge, you can use AI to suggest some useful things that are relevant, and then you can then double check that that's correct. So rather than you having to preemptively know. So, for example, say I'm doing a video on an F4 car at Brands Hatch, and I'm like, right, okay, so first of all, I could ask the AI, what would be an interesting approach of doing a YouTube video that's 10 minutes long that's related to driving F4 cars at Brands Hatch? What kind of structure of video would be good for a 10-minute video, and what things would likely be compelling and entertaining for sim racers as a video? Give me five general ideas for things to approach for a video about F4 cars at Brands Hatch. So you could use that to get a good template or an idea. Even if you had no creativity at all or whatever, to then pick from, oh, okay, that seems like an interesting idea, and then you could take one of those ideas and then you could start fleshing it out, like doing what you want to do and what you know. But then you could go, oh shit, the handling of an F4 car is interesting. What aspects of an F4 car really define its handling nature? And what are like the main things, ChatGPT? Like what are the overarching characteristics of an F4 car? Well, it's not necessarily removing creativity, because it will just give you very generic stuff. But the point is, so let's say you're like, right, I don't know all the corner names for Brands Hatch, or I can't remember them off the top of my head. You can say, no, Shumi, because you double check. The point is the framework. So let's say you don't know all the tracks or the corners. You could say, give me all the corner names for Brands Hatch, and then list them out by numbers, and then tell me which is the shortest or largest radius or whatever. And then it'll give you a list, and it's probably going to make some mistakes and be stupid about it. But you could be like, okay, it's probably 70% correct. So if that's relevant to what you're trying to do with your video, for example, you can then double check that data. I'm just giving an example that's ridiculous, but there's loads of ways that you can use it. So for me, if I normally would already have a creative idea for what I want to do with a video, if I was going to do a video, but for me it could be quite useful to help focus on structural aspects of the video as a framework. You know, but you still, like, you're still doing your own thing. Like, so someone could totally lean on the AI and they'd end up producing something monstrously generic and shit. Just as if you went to a consultant for a project and you asked them to do 90% of the work. Well, you've asked them to do all the stuff rather than you going, oh, here's my actual plan and here's what I'm doing. So what you'll find with ChatGPT or large language models is the more work that you do and then put into it, the less it's gonna make shit up and do random stuff. So this is what programmers have found with it, is that programmers do their code for whatever it is they want to do, right? And then they will use a large language model to look at that code and suggest possible other ways of doing it, or to suggest possible errors, or to suggest things that might be a problem in the future given some other aspects of the project, or to suggest ways that it could be optimized that this programmer might not have considered, because a programmer doesn't have every single programming book in their brain at any one point in time. So it's literally like a very optimized Google. If you use it properly, it's like a very effective search engine. The more you start using ChatGPT or a large language model to actually do the work for you, things just end up being really generic and crappy. So this guy just drove straight into us, which is fair enough. It's funny that the guy I thought would crash us didn't. What? Your brother just lost his programming job because of AI. They had him training AI in his code. Yeah, it's. I can imagine there's a load of programming jobs that would get removed by AI. So there's loads of programmers that would do like algorithms for Excel, or do like just certain processes that are quite simplistic in a sense, but a programmer would have had to have known the programmatic way of being able to implement them. And so those types of programming jobs will just disappear. The type of programming job that will probably stay around is a programmer that actually knows what, on a wider perspective of things. So a higher level programmer, if that makes sense. But then the issue is like, how does someone go from doing more basic code to more complex code? How do they learn in the first place? If AI's remove that first rung, where do they develop their skills to actually be a good programmer? So it's a bit like the thing of someone going, oh, Macromedia Flash has removed like hand-drawn animation, and it's like, well, yeah, like if your goal is not to do hand-drawn animation and the goal was to produce smooth animation as quickly as possible, a piece something with motion tweening and all that kind of stuff gets rid of people that paint cells and stuff, right? So, but you still, even with 3D animation, you still have animators that understand animation. It's changed, like, and I'm not saying it's good or bad. Maybe AI will evolve to a point where it just removes all jobs and just kills humans. That'll probably happen, but we're not quite there yet, and it's debatable. Yeah, exactly. If good programmers, like actual skilled programmers, it's the same. Like, you will notice this if you know how to like make music, or I don't know, like you know how to draw or something, or you've done a lot of photography and things. When you ask AI to make images or do certain things, you'll notice that it's a bit generified. It's not that would improve, I'm sure, and there's ways that you select. What you have to do is you take the bits that the AI does really well, and then using your knowledge you then do the bits that the AI can't do, or you just use it in certain ways. So it's a bit like another example is like translators, right? Let's say you're translating important documents. AI will probably do 90% of the translation, 99% really, really well. So that's for sure, that's going to get rid of almost all the translator jobs. But there is, what it would fail on are, there's some like really subtle aspects that require really specific cultural knowledge that's not been documented on the internet well. Or there's like, you need someone to actually definitely check over it, or even contrast it with other things or other AI tools. You know, that maybe that would disappear, but it's the same with it's the same with humans. If you're doing a very important job as a person that's has to be correct, you typically have other people also check that work as well, because people make stupid mistakes as well. Yeah, so I think what's happened with AI, in many ways, is it is a ridiculously powerful tool, and I'm sure it'll get crazy. But what you've seen is a lot of CEOs just drink the Kool-Aid and have just bought into what AI promoters who are making money from AI have said about AI, and then they're going to have sacked loads of people that actually they probably shouldn't have sacked. Like there'll be a balance of things. There'll be a mix of things, and this is just how it works. It's like when the internet first came around. There'll be loads of companies that went mental on doing everything web-based and whatever, and they've done a shit job of it, and it wouldn't have worked out. But there'll be some companies that got the balance right and went, right, we need to keep some stuff digital, we need to make some things web-based, but we also need to there's a balance here, and they've made the correct sort of general decision, sometimes accidentally, sometimes skillfully, and they'll have worked out well. And there'll be some companies that will be like, wow, we're not touching this at all, and they'll just be left behind. So there's going to be a balance of what works and what doesn't work. Or just rest assured, though, the average person that has a normal job is going to be the one that gets screwed over. That's the that's the lesson. Is you Billy Orish, thank you for the raid. We're just talking about AI for some reason whilst we wait for this next race. Billy Orish, Billy Orish, Billy Orish. Thank you for the raid, appreciate it. Welcome, Orishers. We're signing up for another Brands Hatch race here because why not? Yeah. At the end of the day, AI stuff will be used for positives, for negatives. It'll probably mostly end up being mostly negative for most people, I'd have thought. And then the people that are wealthy and rich will benefit from it, and the people that are poor won't. And that is how it's worked all through history, like the Industrial Revolution. It's like, oh guys, we've sorry people that weave clothing and that's your culture and job. We've just installed a giant mill that allows us to use patterns to produce huge amounts of clothing for a quarter of the price. Half of you won't be required in the first year, and we only now need 2 people to maintain those machines. Okay, will this wealth transfer to the community that helped build the business in the first place? No, it won't. You've all been laid off. Well, is there gonna be any other economic opportunities for us? No, we didn't think about that. That's your problem to deal with. You just happen to be an employee that helped us profit off you. Because if you're to suggest that actually employees should actually, by default, have a share of the profit that they've generated, well, you're a communist, and you don't want those, do you? So, so you're not allowed that. So that's just how it works. Oh, you've dug all the coal out of the coal mines. I'm sorry, some other country has developed a faster way to dig the coal out of their mines, and their government is willing to also spend more money on that. As a result, it's no longer profitable enough for us to dig the coal out of the coal mines. And yeah, despite you and 5 generations of your family slaving away, dying, and allowing this business to exist, we've just closed it all off, and you're not going to get anything. Tough. Oh, okay. Wow, my oh my, there seems to be lots of riots and strikes happening. Oh, well, we can't have that. Let's make it illegal to have any kind of unions or striking action, because then, when we make people unemployed and destroy the fabric of their community, they might get angry and do something that maybe would give them some power. And we can't have that, so make all that illegal, beat them on the head with a stick, and we're all good. Oh dear. So that's how that works. And that's what AI will do. And then the funny thing is the media will be like, why are all these poor people in these poor areas? Why don't they spontaneously come up with new business ideas? They're so lazy. These poor people that can barely afford to eat and are in the most depressing environments on earth, namely Middlesbrough. Why are they not starting new businesses in an area that's about as fertile as for business as Chernobyl is for a holiday resort? It's like, I don't know why. Let's put some tiny bits of European funding dropped into an art gallery. That will do the job. Oh, it didn't work. Oh, well, that's a great example of why we shouldn't even bother in the first place. Oh, no. The 0.000000001% of economic redistribution didn't solve the problem. Who could have thought? It's so stupid. It's so dumb. Oh, wow. It is what it is. It's how it works. You have to laugh, otherwise you would jump off a bridge. I really like the you know, with the AI stuff where you have the AI companies and they're like, oh, it's going to allow people to not have to work. Delta Bador, why didn't my tax write-off cultural investment art gallery turn this around? Oh, yeah. Oh, well, I'll try again next year. I do think art galleries are good, though. Don't get me wrong. I actually think they're great community spaces. I'm really good. Like, it's not just that an art gallery is just it's a relatively cheap building to like, you know, to have rooms in a central location that can act as a sort of neutral community hub that can be, you know, it's not like one religion's community hub or one thing. It's like it's a space a community can use, which I think is really good. And, you know, just having random images and art, even though I think the art scene is completely stupid, you know, it's something to look at, isn't it? But, you know, a lot of it is just like trying to get people to be a bit more creative, which is great. Getting people to play and stuff, I think it's really good. Hello, Ian. Although, why have an art gallery when you can get a £600 Moza wheel with rotating DD gills and a teapot that gets brighter as you go faster? Perfect. Why is my brake bars not changing? This is weird. Oh, it is. It's just changing it in tiny increments. I just use lock to horizon. That's it. Oh, the neck filter actually. Yeah, oh wow. It's all good fun. Thanks for subscribing, Jan William Kiptingen. Welcome along. Hope you're having a nice time. I think we can do some AC after this. I need to eat something. Hopefully I've got a bit of bread left. Yeah, well, so the gentrification thing is quite complicated because what
Green flag, green flag.
The problem is,
Okay, here comes your first time lap.
what often happens is it pushes away the community that can live in it, that's lived in an area, and then replaces it with someone from outside of that area, rather than it, and then it's not beneficial for the people that live in that area. So in a sense it can make it nicer, so that's great, but it's not necessarily nicer. It's not to the benefit necessarily of the incumbent population. So if you look at it from one perspective, it's like, oh, that's great, that area's improved. But if it's improved without actually improving the lives of a whole group of people, do you know what I mean? So it's quite a complicated thing. I gentrify my face every day. Gentrified. About an hour or two. Filing account was really generous and gifted 5 channel members, which is really nice of him. Hopefully he's gone to sleep now.
One more lap.
He's probably in a hot sweat going, oh, wasted money again. But that was very kind of him. Filing account's been supporting us for years. Poor guy. Oh yeah, actually that is something we're working on, is in my videos I want to make it clear for, you know, like channel members and stuff. If I just have a list of them displaying, I think it's a bit lame. So I kind of wanted to just make it so the names are more clear. But I'm really fortunate we have 150 channel members, right, across Patreon, Twitch and YouTube, so maybe even more. So that's I really appreciate that, but then it makes it hard to display the names. Other than it just be like, oh, it's a list of names. You know, it's a bit shit, isn't it? If you've supported it, it's quite nice to be like, oh, there's my name. It's locked in a tower. Yeah, we could just call one out each time. Yeah, that's something I thought of. It's a good idea. That's because I thought of that idea, so it's a good idea. Yeah, that's exactly Ryan. See, Ryan's been watching the channel enough to get it. But I'd end up calling out the same person multiple times by accident because I'm dumb. Real Sim Pilot. Maybe wealth didn't happen as much within the last 2 decades. No, it did. It has. So, it depends how what do you define as wealth. So normally wealth is basically, you know, like actual wealth is like resources, mineral resources of a country, and efficiency. Like if humans can do activity with less time than what it took before. That's probably the fundamental one. Is what allows you to do more in less time is the fundamental wealth metric. So if you think about it, like coal allows you to heat a building and do all that kind of stuff and run factories and stuff a lot faster than a wood fire or no fire at all, right? So that's the sort of the fundamental wealth is time. The fact is, computers from like the 70s to now have reduced the amount of time. Like it takes a lot less time to perform a lot of work. You know, to manage databases, hospitals, email. You don't need to. Someone doesn't have to physically post stuff. Wealth is increased ridiculously, like insanely. You know, you can automate like sewage plants or automated water systems. You know, there's loads of stuff that's massively increased the efficiency of everything. That wealth has also materials, insulation, solar panels that allow you to generate electricity locally. So there's a lot of wealth, right, that's occurred over the last 20 years. That wealth has gone to a small number of people, billionaires basically, rather than it being distributed across the population. So despite the wealth increasing massively, perceptively as a pleb, anyone earning under £200,000 a year, especially anyone earning under £50,000 a year, the wealth is like gone down. It seems like things are worse than they were in the 90s, right? But the wealth has gone up massively. It's just that the wealth has gone to this is why you have more GT3 drivers, bigger GT3 grids, more yachts, more private jets, like more billionaires, right? That's where that's gone. So you could actually use the size of a GT3 grid can literally be used as a health indicator of wealth distribution, because the only people doing GT3 are typically people that have a lot of them are people that have done good job in business and done good work, but a lot of them are just people that have inherited wealth. You know, to be able to blow £100,000 on race driving in something that's not directly profitable and something that you're not even that good at, it'd be like me blowing £10,000-15,000 on go-karting knowing that I'm not a good go-karter, right? It doesn't make any sense. It's absolutely an indication of wealth inequality. Yeah, so that's the thing to realise. I think there's this narrative that you see internationally. This is not just a UK, America, whatever. It's international. There's a narrative that Germany's poor, Spain's poor, France is poor, Britain's poor, America's poor. They're not. Look at what was available to people in the 1950s, right? When you could really argue that those countries were actually poor. Look at most of the things that are beneficial that happened post World War II. 50s, 60s, 70s, right? Where you could really say, you know, we didn't have decent insulation, didn't have good building materials, didn't even necessarily have good quality plastics, didn't have automation, didn't have the ability to email, didn't have free ability to communicate with anyone in the world directly, didn't have voice communication, didn't have remote working, didn't have automation tools for doing your general office job. All these things didn't exist, and yet the quality of life in many ways for people doing normal jobs was a lot higher. Not in terms of like healthcare necessarily, or like having a nice TV or mobile phone, but in terms of like human basics.
Keep it clean. The
So-
DNS today would hurt our points a lot.
Yeah, you know, stuff like antibiotics have been massive
Everyone's gridded.
for increasing quality of life, which hides these things. Stuff like having a home computer or a nice big TV
Green, green, green.
really helps hide what's gone on. So yeah, anyway, sorry if we're boring, guys.
Side.
It's sorry for talking about the stuff that actually matters, I think.
Stay on the left.
This is how I offset the guilt of having people donate and me playing with £600 steering wheels. I mean, honestly, I feel ludicrously lucky. Like, yeah, I'm so lucky. Obviously, like it's ridiculous. So, sorry to those of you that aren't lucky. It's your fault. You should have been more lucky. What? Ah, no. Ah. There it is. Dingle Dow line.
Car right. Clear.
It's all your fault. Hang on, grid sizes race with GT3 have only marginally grown, not in line with inflation. You need a new argument. Hang on. Right, that's just
Clear. Car right.
that's just
Clear on
not
the
true, right? The number of okay, so first of all, the new GT3 cars are massively more expensive than the old ones. Over the last like 10 years, the price of a GT3 car and all motorsport, so the price of the cars has gone up insanely. Even pre-existing cars, like you used to be able to race in F4 for like £40,000 a year. Now it's like £200,000, something ridiculous for the same car. Now you have way more GT3, GT4, Porsche Cup. You have way more feeder series into GT3.
Car on your left. Clear.
It's insane how it's grown. It's mental. Like it's well, where are you
Go
going?
left.
Have I worked hard for that luck? Not really. No, I've just been a stubborn git. But I've been really lucky that I was brought up in a middle class family, right? So, and both my parents are teachers, so I got a good education and torture from my parents growing up, right? Because I'm like very dyslexic. It took me, when I was like at primary school, it took me a month to learn my address. It took me like 3 months to learn how to tie my shoelaces. So, yeah, and it's not improved. So, but yeah, so that's the fundamental thing. Is if you're like, oh, you have two middle class parents to fall back on if everything goes cocks up. Well, that's a bit of an advantage Like you ain't gonna be doing like YouTube unless you've got the opportunity.
To the left.
What is he just punting me intentionally? What is he doing? He's just rammed me off the track. That's intentional wrecking for sure, right? Who was that? What are they doing? Just outright pushed me off the circuit. Is this another like 12-year-old bandit? These go-kart drivers are the worst. Practicing to become Max Verstappen. Can't blame them.
The car in P4.
Yeah, Theus.
Right.
Right, Theus. That's one car. What about all the support races? There's obviously a maximum grid size. And then what about the cost of the cars in that race? And then what about all the other series in addition to that race? You can't just go... That's like me going, yeah, same number of people in a football game. Still 11 versus 11. Nothing's changed. Yes, but what's your argument? Right. Google... oh dear. Just... Right, well, there'll be some data somewhere, but like... The price of GT3 cars has absolutely gone up. The price of motorsport has absolutely increased. Massively. Like, anybody that's around motorsport will have seen this. Like, so I sadly... Very unfortunately, I know quite a few people that do motorsport, and they obviously whinge about the pricing all the time. It was bad in the 90s. What's your counter argument, Theus? Come on. What are you saying? You've cherry picked the number of cars on a grid. Hardcore testes. Yes, because when I say grid size, I don't necessarily mean in one specific race. I mean people doing GT3 driving. And you've just... you know... I know, I want to get some gloves on, actually. I mean, look at Formula 1 as well, just the price of how much it costs to do Formula 1. Yeah, but you've been a... If you're pedantic when you understand what the essence of what someone is saying, if you're pedantic like that, it's not constructive, is it? So the new Ferraris that came in like 2 or 3 years ago, so that there used to be like 190, 200,000, and the new ones are like 270. Well, no, they might be like 300,000-400,000 now, something crazy. Honestly, you'd have to look at the numbers. But I think a better indicator is like F4, where F4 cars kind of replaced a lot of entry race series, right? And you can see that the price has just increased, even though it's the same thing. So you could argue with the GT3 cars, you go, wow, you know, it's a new car, more advanced, whatever. Okay. But, okay.
Stay on the right.
He's not happy.
Still there, hold your line. Clear on the left.
Well, I same with Formula 1 as well.
The leader just did a 22.78.
Oh dear. Actually, it should be the opposite. The more advances, lower prices.
Just set the fastest
Really?
lap, 22.73.
That's how things should work. Right. Beautiful Brands Hatch. Fantastic track. Well, you know, shareholders of are very important.
22.524. Just stick your fastest left position.
I mean, imagine the absurd idea of public ownership of electricity companies. That's a ridiculous, absolutely crazy idea, isn't it? Imagine going, hang on a minute, we all need to use this resource and we all live in part of this country which is a legal organisation to ideally make it, we've all banded together to live in this country. That's the whole point of a country. How about we can see that this is costing us more and we're spending money on something we don't want to be spending it on? How about we make it so it's publicly owned? So that we know that nobody's taking money out of the, like, taking money away from what we're paying for. Pretty crazy idea. You know.
Right side. Still there, hold your line. Stay on the left. Clear.
That's to keep getting the muscle in. That's the real point of a country. Steve Marshall, are you like do you prefer privatisation for everything? You don't think that maybe a natural monopoly probably is the kind of thing that you want to not privatise? What argument are you making? How much Googling do you think it'll take to show that what you've just presented as an argument is doesn't actually make sense? Well, we'll have a look here. We'll Google it. So the claim is blackouts happened in the 1970s due to the electric companies being publicly owned. Wasn't it because of people going on strike? Not public ownership. It's people going on strike because their jobs have been taken from them. I'm pretty sure. I'm not sure what that has to do with public or private ownership.
Car right. Stay on the left. Clear.
We'll check. This is British weather.
White flag. Stay smooth.
This is Beijing hatch. So hang on, yeah, wasn't it also because of the Suez? Was it the Suez Canal
Right side.
thing? And yeah, I'm really. From my understanding, it's utterly disconnected from the private it being public or private, like it would have happened regardless. So I think
Losing on the car in front.
we'll check, but
1 second.
all right, find the count. Well, that's ChatGPT first. You very confidently presented that as if it was absolutely the truth. Veto. It depends if it's a natural monopoly or not. So in a competitive market, privatisation can be great. If you have a vibrant competitive market, it's great. In something that's a natural monopoly, i.e. there's no inherent competition, or it's the businesses have bought up the entire market, then you lose the arguably positive aspects of capitalism and the competition component, and you lose the factors that are that work to reduce price. So, and the thing is, water, gas, electricity, there's a whole bunch of stuff. They're literally called natural monopolies because they're, there's only like a singular source to get them from, or they just don't work well. This is like been known since the 40s. It's not a controversial thing. Right, here we go. Were the power cuts in the 1970s a result of electric companies being publicly owned? Give a rundown of the main factors and the causal relationships between public and private ownership of power in the UK. Right, let's see what ChatGPT says. Here we go. They were not caused by public ownership. They were the product of a mix. I asked a question that was very neutral as well, because ChatGPT tends to, They were a product of a mix of global crises, industrial disputes, and government policy. Public ownership was one piece of the context, but not the direct cause. In 1947, UK electricity was brought into public ownership. Generation and transmission were managed by Central Electricity Generating Board, the CEGB. This setup meant the government had direct responsibility for energy planning, price and labour relationships. The main factors behind the 1970s power cuts. Britain's electricity industry was heavily dependent on coal-fired power stations. Coal miners through the National Union of Mine Workers had a major bargaining power. In 1972 and 1974, miners went on strike seeking pay rises above the government-imposed limits. To conserve fuel, the government introduced a 3-day-a-week, cutting electricity use and leading widespread blackouts. So the causal link there, behind the industry was, because the industry was nationalised, disputes became highly politicised. Strikes weren't just workers versus company, but workers versus government policy. The 1973 oil crisis. OPEC embargo quadrupled oil prices, while the UK mainly relied on coal and oil. Rising costs worsened the energy shortage. So, yeah, the government at the time was Margaret Thatcher, I think, as well. So, who was largely for privatisation of everything, regardless. So you could even say that was a factor for the power cuts, is the emphasis on privatisation. The Tories are not renowned they're not renowned for policy that the average worker benefits from. hence why they were on strike. Now, maybe you could have a debate as to if they were asking for higher or lower wages. Well, okay, maybe Labour at the time. I don't really care. It doesn't matter either way. Labour is still terrible. So, you could then have a debate on what would be fair wages for a coal miner. You then have to have a discussion on, were they right to be striking, and what were the variables for their striking? Is it reasonable or unreasonable? You know, so you can have a conversation on that. It's just disingenuous to say privatisation or public ownership of electricity is what caused the power cuts. I don't think that's. I think it's an oversimplification drawn out of a economic bias towards privatisation. And my argument is that if you have a natural monopoly, when there's no competition, privatisation will not reduce prices by its very nature, which is what's borne out over 50 years of, if you look at gas, electricity, anything that's a natural monopoly, transport, trying to directly generate profit from something as well, when it's something that is better to generate value indirectly from. So, do you take it back, Steve? you take back your assumption? I think you should. I think you should apologise. Hang on. So who was in government then? I mean, I'm not pro-Labour, to be honest, even in the past. So, doesn't really matter to me. Edwards Heath Conservative government was in power 1972, miners' strike, oil crisis, miners' strike. So that's all Conservative. I don't think it's necessarily the biggest factor. Harold Wilson came into power in 1974 during a hung parliament, so that was following on from that. So it was actually a Tory government. So again, that's twice, Steve. You made a. That's twice, and you put false information out there. I think you need to apologise. Oh look, the 3-day the power cuts and the 3-day week happened under Edward Heath. The aftermath and the attempts to resolve the disputes were handled by Harold Wilson. So, again, to be clear, I'm not a big. I don't really like Labour particularly. Not really my thing. But it seems oddly consistent that you have Labour governments tending to be the ones having to fix the Conservative governments. Not in a good way, don't get me wrong, but it's kind of odd, isn't it? It's a bit of a strange pattern. Yeah, well, that's it, Mr. Ninja Fish. That's the thing. It actually gets quite complicated. It's like the healthcare thing. You know, you have a lot of people going, oh, Labour are so good with healthcare. And it's like, well, no, they sort of stealth privatised a lot of things. And I'm not sure if that's actually personally, I'm not sure if that's actually a good solution, right? I mean, you can argue that. But I always find it weird that people assume when I say XYZ I don't think is a good thing particularly, or this is what happened, people then assume they're like, oh well, you support Labour or something. It's like, no, I'm not even making a political argument, I'm just telling you what happened. Yeah, and Labour tried to fix it, but then fix it in a terrible way. And so the cycle of British politics continues. Yeah. Yeah. Right. I need a Yeah, well, this is the other problem with a lot of politics. You see this now; it's so stupid. Like you know, a lot of the stuff with immigration and things. And people act as if it's like in isolation, but it's from like 10, 15 years of previous government policy. So like Labour doing the Afghan war, right? That's a huge factor in why you have a lot of people wanting to leave certain countries, right? But that's just ignored. It's like you can't ignore that. It's so stupid, isn't it? You can't go, oh, hang on. Let's focus on only this moment in time and ignore the actual contributing factors. So, like, and it's exactly like with other stuff that's happening with, like, education, business, you know, a whole bunch of stuff. It's like, yeah, if you don't invest in critical thinking 20, 30 years ago, the result is you have a population that don't have critical thinking, and so they're going to vote for the dumbest shit. It's too late. You need to work on... The thing that you're noticing that's bad is a symptom of something that took 10, 15, 20 years to develop, and you can't fix the thing that took 10, 15, 20 years to develop by just addressing the symptom. You do need to address the symptom, and that needs to be like... Well, not the symptom, that's the wrong word. The thing that's happening needs to be addressed. That's true, but the actual cause of it is the root, you know. It's like you've got a house. It's like a 5-bedroom house. The basement's on fire, so the person in the top room's like, "Oh, the basement's on fire, guys. I think we should put the basement fire out." And then a whole bunch of people are like, "Wow, no, it's not affecting us. Don't really matter. You know, it's only a small fire." And then the fire spreads to the kitchen, and they're like, "Oh, we can't make food now because the kitchen's on fire." And people at the media's ignoring it. The other people are like, "Oh, it don't really matter. You know, it's the basement and the kitchen. We don't use them because we order food that's just delivered to us by a drone through the window." And then the fire spreads to the living room, and the people in the top room are like, "Well, it kind of smells of smoke, and we can't use the living room now. And I like to sit on the sofa." No, guys, don't worry. We sleep on the bed. And we don't use that, and it doesn't really matter. And yeah, the smell of smoke's not too much of a problem. Don't really matter, you know. It's just a bit of smoke. And then the fire eventually the fire gets into the room that the people are in, and they're all like, "Oh no, the room's on fire!" And then the people that were saying stuff all along were like, "Yeah, we can't put the fire out now because we don't have enough water. We needed to sort it out like before it spread." And then the people are like, "Oh my God, deal with the fire. You're incompetent, you idiot. You're not putting the fire out in the room. Oh, we need to do this." And then what happens is the rich people in that room, they then go, "Oh, there's a loft hatch." And then they climb into the loft and they're like, "Oh, we're fine. And then everyone burns to death in that room. And they're all fighting over the you know, who can like get to the window so they can breathe, but they all burn to death. And then the 5 rich people in the loft are like, oh shit, now the fire's getting to us because we can't use those other people to do things for us. And then one rich person gets a helicopter and leaves the house, and the rest all die. And that is how it works. Game of Muscles house fire example. So that's how you can understand how it all operates. Hang on, maybe we should approach this house fire in a privatised way. Maybe we should approach this in a public way. Maybe we need a consultancy firm to deal with this house fire. Maybe we could employ this group of people to subcontract to this group of people to deal with the house fire. We can't afford that. And the guy that was the original guy was like, "Oh, why didn't we just put the basement fire out whilst we could? We just needed a bucket of water. That was it." GR Cups at Road America. Might have to do that. I need a sandwich or something. Bloody hell. The moral of the story is don't put a 5090 in your basement. That's the takeaway. Hang on, if we've got 15 minutes, I can make a sandwich quickly. Hang on, Plato's Cave is something different. Plato's Cave is the whole shadows on the wall and you don't know what the reality is. Because you can't see it, all you can see is the shadows, so that is your reality. That's different. I never really fully understood Plato's Cave because it seemed like a very long-winded way to explain reality. Hang on. What is Plato's Cave meant to explain? Allegory of the cave. Here we go. I know, prisoners are chained in dark. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, ignorance versus knowledge. Yeah, what's real and what isn't real. So yeah, that's just to explain philosophy. Nothing to do with my analogy. Thought so. Yeah, if the guy that can go, yeah, the guy that goes outside. Yeah, you can't explain to people that have no concept of the outside view. They can't actually understand it. Yeah, there was a fire in the cave. To be fair, that's kind of where and a cave is a house of sorts. So yeah, in fairness, I can see there are some similarities, but. Where it all breaks down is that a cave isn't likely to continue to burn, and technically a cave is a form of bungalow. Also, yeah, you can have rooms in a cave, but those rooms are not separated in such a formal way as they are with a house. You know, it can have different levels, yeah, but it's a bit of a tenuous link. Open layout cave. That's how they would sell a cave in central London. Welcome to this beautiful open plan living quarters with natural water features. Do you find the sunlight irritating? Well, enjoy the lack of natural light and the natural ambience. Stay cold in the winter. Stay cold in the summer. Stay damp all year round. London Cave, available for £4 million per square foot. Don't you enjoy the thrill of letting your hands slide on the steering wheel? I mean, I wouldn't describe it as a thrill. That's like the thrill of brushing your teeth. The thrill of putting shoes on. Neo Lund has just confirmed how devoid of excitement sim racers' lives are. The thrill of letting your hand slide over a wheel. I've never been outside, I've been sim racing for so long. What is sunlight? I've never travelled above 3 miles per hour. The thrill of the wheel through my hands is all the excitement I need. Boy, one time I let the wheel rotate 900 degrees and I almost had a heart attack from the excitement. Yes. Sometimes at weekends, after a week of driving normal cars at road speed, I sometimes let loose and do drifting. One time I set my wheel rotation to 10,000 degrees. Oh God, I'm not doing that again. It was a real panic. It was like being on the front of a roller coaster ride. Oh boy, I once watched a documentary on Mount St Helens erupting, and but I felt that I felt exactly what those people on the side of the volcano must have felt. The thrill of the wheel. What a time! What a time to be alive. I'm gonna I'm gonna feel the thrill of some bread. So I'm ready. I'll just be back in a minute, guys. Entertain yourselves with the thrill of the wheel. Here's some thrilling music. Don't mind me, I was just enjoying the thrill of the air fryer. Woo! What a thrill. What a journey through warmed air. We got a pickle. Look at this. Chef Muscle with the flatbread. Pickle cheese and pickle flatbread. Look at that. Flatbread muscle. Pickle and cheese. Plate of flatbread. Chopping board muscle. Didn't have a plate to grab. Cheese and pickle flap. Too hot. Thanks for subscribing, Bongus Bo. Hello. I need to go to Lidl's actually. Want to get some vegetables for make some vegetable soup. Vegetable muscle. Pickled stuff's amazing. Like, it's crazy that you can that pickled stuff doesn't go off. Like, I think it lasts forever. The thing about flatbread is it tends to cause flat spots in the brain. My brain is a giant flat spot. Flat spot man. think you need to rev. You have to rev this car out. Absolutely rev it to the max. Rev it to the limit. I'm ready. This is actually Theresa May's theme tune. Yeah, it was an interesting choice. Ooh. What should we get in Lidl's, guys? I'm well excited. I haven't been to Lidl's for ages because we had this cold thing going on. I even did a Deliveroo order the other day because I couldn't get out of my house. I was too exhausted. I was like, oh, Deliveroo, take my money, rip me off, please. I think we should get vegetables so I can make soup. Yeah, vegetables. Cheese. Oh, I can buy some spices for the soup. Could get some more fish. I don't buy cake and biscuits. That's unhealthy, can't debate. No. I don't buy cakes and biscuits anymore. I'm banned. I haven't had a biscuit. Like the last biscuit I had was at my sister's because she can buy it. She's allowed to buy a biscuit. I had a cookie. But yeah, I don't buy anything at home like that. Beans be good, yeah. No, I really need some black beans to make. I really want to make some vegetable like bean burgers. I've got bananas. We've got oranges already. Yeah. Yeah, no meat in my soup. Just gonna go for veg. I bought a hand blender. I bought a hand blender, guys. That's sign language for hand blender. What did you buy to blend your food? Oh, a hand blender. Are you right-handed? No, I blend with my left hand. You know, hand blender, because my last one broke. I used it too much. I used my hand blender too much. The thrill of the hand blender. It's got two. I thrilled my hand blending. Yeah, no, I like it chunky as well. It's difficult to blend it but also have it chunky. I really like making stews actually as well. Like beef stews, amazing. Yeah, we could put some lentils in it. They'd take ages to cook. Novotny's trying to force me into becoming a chef. What a... I need a beat button on my... Fucking hell! That was so loud! There we go, we got the bleep button. Shit, the bed, that was loud. I was looking for the bleep button. I was not looking for deafness. And what I found... That's a useful sound effect to have. Oh dear. Yeah, that's a bit too loud. God damn it, that hurts my ears. The 2008 hardstyle kick. Oh dear, it's so loud. enjoyed sim racing before I went deaf. Potatoes! Boil 'em, mash 'em, stick 'em in a stew. Boil 'em, mash 'em. Boil 'em. Oh no, the echo's gone! Ah, why is that not working? Hello? 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 Well, that's weird that broke. Boil 'em, mash 'em, stick 'em in a stew. Potatoes!
What stupid fat hobbitses? My preciouses.
They're taking the hobbits to Isengard. God. God. Oh, I need to watch Lord of the Rings again now. That's it. Lord of the Rings is so shit, but I really enjoy it. It's terrible. It's so crap. But it's really fun. I love it. You shall not pass. It's such a rubbish film. All three of them. The director's cut. It's genuinely awful, but I really like it.
Green, green, green.
The director's cut is like each film is 4 hours long.
Here comes your first time black.
Fire! Currently got a bacon and corned beef pan Haggerty in the oven with a slice of potato. Can be yours for only $5.99. Come to JML tonight. No, but I mean, the thing is, Lord of the Rings is just like, it's basically a helicopter flying around filming actors walking over hillsides. That's what that film is. I don't blame a cat debate. I watch Jurassic Park every year at Christmas with my sister, and my mum hates it. It's so funny. My mum, it absolutely pisses my mum off. She'll be like, "Didn't you watch this last year?" Yes, every year for the last 10 years. I don't understand why you watch it if you know what's going to happen. Because it's Jurassic Park. Dino DNA. Yeah. Can't go wrong with it. Yeah. We know what will happen. It's comfortable. It's fun. It's got dinosaurs. It's got helicopters. This is a thing, right? If a film is predominantly filmed with helicopters or has a helicopter in it, it's a good... Like, name a film with a helicopter in it that's not a good film. Fact. Absolutely. This is... Oh, my God. We've worked out cinema. Terminator 2. Helicopter. Lord of the Rings mostly filmed with a helicopter. Jurassic Park, helicopter, in and out. Name a bad film with a helicopter. What's the film with the guy with the running around blowing everything up? Is it Sylvester Stallone? Rambo, helicopter. You can't. Airwolf, the whole thing is a helicopter. Amazing. look, the helicopter bit would have been really good. So let's not. I'm sorry about helicopters. We need to fly more helicopters. Oh, also, just remembered, IL-2. You know, the World War II combat flight simulator. Not helicopters. They're doing IL-2 Korea games coming out this year, and it looks amazing. Not Korea as in a job, but like North and South, like the Korean War. And it's supposedly coming out this year, and it looks amazing. And nobody's talking about it. I've not seen anybody mention it at all. So, I didn't even realise it was coming out this year. I'd seen like random dev stuff because I'm a big nerd for plane stuff things, and yeah, well, it should have VR because the first one, IL-2, the previous one did, and it was really popular in VR, and they're using the same graphics engine. No, there probably was a helicopter. It was probably a hovercopter, not quite the same. I feel like what I need to do is go through all the films in history that have a helicopter in them, and then we can watch them and rate them. Okay. List the top 100 films with a helicopter in them from best to worst. From 1980 to 2020. Let's see on this. Shit, is this open? Oh, it's fixed setup. Good. Black Hawk Down, that was a shit film, but it had a helicopter, so that's good. Mission Impossible, Matrix, The Dark Knight, True Lies, Blue Thunder, Firebirds, The Fugitive, Terminator 2, Rambo, Executive Decision, The Rock, Behind Enemy Lines, Rescue Down. What's Air America? Vietnam era comedic action. I need to watch that. Independence Day, Vertical Limit. That was a terrible film. Yeah, so many good films with helicopters. Honestly, statistically, if a film's got a helicopter, the chances are it'll be good. Yeah, Braveheart.
One left to green.
Braveheart was good. But just think how much better it would have been if it had helicopters. It might have ruined the historical accuracy and continuity. Look, the helicopter might have been a little bit out of place, but just imagine the final battle with the helicopter. They don't even need guns on it. It could just be flying around for no reason.
Waiting on the final car to grid.
Yeah. The rule of the helicopter.
Everyone's gridded.
Hello everybody, good luck in the race. Remember, not the race, not winning the first corner. Good luck. Everyone have fun. David Bob, thank you. Oh, it's...
I'll be rude, Connor.
Rolling start.
Catch start 12.
What'd you say?
Catch start.
Good race, everybody.
We're doing alright, thanks Mark Gaming. How you doing, man? We need to go to Lidl soon. We're wheel testing.
That was the mute button if you don't want to hear chat.
Look at this. We got a teapot that gets lighter as we go faster, and as we speed up, the DD gills rotate on the wheel as well. The Deedometer. I need to build a speedo around DD gill. Maybe we can have a speedo around the teapot, and then DD gill rotates around that. This is a genius. DD gill. I'm hot, and you're not. You had your daughter after work. Nice. Get in there. Fry 27, you're hot. And you're not. I'm hot and you're not. My sister had to go at me last time I was at hers because I was in the supermarket with her, and they had it was like a Waitrose or something, and they had loads of like meat on display, and I was looking at all the different beef cuts and stuff. She was like, "What are you looking at?" And I was like, "I'm just looking at all the meat. I'm allowed to look at the meat." It's just really stupid. I find it interesting looking at butchered meat cuts. It's fascinating. I'm like, oh, that looks nice, or they cut that well. Like, I don't have to have the intention of buying a steak to be able to go into a butcher's and appreciate the steak, right? Same with like fish. I'll happily look at a fishmonger's and be like, oh, that's a nice halibut. It's a surprisingly large cod, or you know, I don't think. Oh, look, there's an octopus. I don't think there's anything wrong with food browsing. I think that's one of life's pleasures that people don't really appreciate enough. It's kind of like nature. It's kind of like going out and bird spotting, but the animals are dead and conveniently laid out. So, you know, I don't have to go to the seaside to look at fish. I can go to the fishmongers. There aren't any checkout girls. I don't talk to checkout girls. Why? Because they wouldn't. Imagine you were working on a checkout. You would not want like a stupid bold man talking to you. Can't debate. You can't apply your life of filming women's bottoms in 3D to everybody else. I'm sorry.
Get ready, going green. The pace car is in.
Oh, this couldn't have started any worse.
Green flag, green flag.
Thing is, you're on the uphill part of the track. There's not much you can do. Well, I find it awkward, you know, when you have to walk through like the lingerie section of a department store to get to the bit you actually want to, but you want to walk through it in a way that doesn't look creepy. Or if you're shopping with female friends and you're like hanging around with them and they're going through like all the lingerie and you're like, well, I don't want to be the creepy guy that's just waiting around the lingerie section. So you're like, but then they want to ask you questions, so you have to be nearby and you're just like, like, I just don't want to be the weird guy here, you know?
Car on your left, clear on the left. Car on your left. Stay on the right.
Well, this guy's going to plough me up the inside, that's for sure.
Still there. Keep to the right. Clear on the left, left side. Still there. Stay on the right. Clear on the left, right side. Still there, hold your line. Keep to the left.
Why is he driving into me?
Clear on the right. Car right.
There's no...
Stay on the
it's
left.
really weird in
Still there,
iRacing
hold your
how
line.
people drive in a completely...
Clear.
as if there's not a car next to them. It's like, it's irrelevant. It's really strange, the degree to which people do that in iRacing, given how like random the damage and stuff is. You say no one cares. The thing is, I have some friends that have really high anxiety, so I am aware of people that do really care. So I try to take into consideration those people where I know that they would actually not like it. So I try my best. It's nothing to me, is it? So If you can have a positive effect on other people at no effect to yourself, then it's good.
Car on your left. Still there, hold your line. Clear.
What a hustle. Yeah, you don't stop a car trying to squeeze you by driving into them, though. that's the thing. I mean, I guess you can do, but doesn't typically pay off. What's this bright orange colour that we can see? Very confusing. No, they're all driving into each other.
Left side.
If I hold this line, he will
Stay on
pit
the right.
manoeuvre himself on my car.
Clear. Car right. You're on the left. 3 wide. Car right. 2 wide. Clear.
Whoa!
Stay on the right. Clear. Car on your
I
left.
did go in a bit deep there because that was the only option.
Stay on the right. Clear on the left.
The pink car went in a bit deep as well. It'd be nice if this car oversteered on the brake so you could get away with that, but it doesn't. Probably could have actually broke a bit earlier. They wouldn't have been able to drive into us. It's a fun move though. It was a good test of the ABS system. Oh, he's flashing on and off. They massively reduced the draft of this car though. It used to be hilarious round here. It was full on like draft battle through the whole track.
Car on your left. Still there, hold your line. You're on the right, 3 wide. Left side, 2 wide. Keep to the right. Keep to the right. Still there.
Now, what is he doing? How do
Clear
you
on the
manage?
left.
How do you manage to drive into me 3 times? Honestly.
You got it, slow car on the right. Go left. Left side. Stay on the right. You're in the middle, 3 wide. Hold your line.
This always works out well.
Still there. You got a slow car on the left.
Idiot!
Car stop on the left.
Okay,
There's
mate.
ahead. Car stop ahead.
Fuck you!
Right side, go left. Clear on the right.
That was the fault of the car on the inside.
That was Top Gun.
That was the entire fault of the car on the...
necessary. Necessary. Yeah.
That was the car on the inside's fault. Like... yeah, the car on the inside just...
Go left.
3 laps again, and you, idiot. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Oh dear. Beautiful. Yeah. There's another one as well. It's all happening. Yeah, I think that was something else. Oh, we missed that. Congratulations. I forgot how good this car is for Salt. But how are we on like 19x safety rated like contacts? We've done nothing wrong. Yeah, to be fair, it's probably the best aspect of the game. We can't afford any contacts now. 7 minutes to go.
You don't know how to race.
You don't know how to
Got a slow
race.
car on the left. Go left.
You don't know how to
Go
race.
left.
Oh no, we've all got him.
I'm gonna report you, man.
Play Tetris.
I'm gonna report you, man.
Play Tetris.
I'm gonna report you, man.
Play Tetris.
I'm gonna report you, man.
Go home and play Tetris.
I'm gonna report you, man.
Play Tetris.
I'm gonna report you, man. Go home and play Tetris. I'm
I'm
gonna
gonna
report
report
you,
you,
man.
man.
Play Tetris. I'm gonna report you, man. If you don't know how to race, please go home and play Tetris.
Oh, we're in a 12th place. It's going all right. Oh, we're on 14x, so it's not too bad. Got a little bit of leeway. Yeah, it is pretty amazing, this. Son of the beach! Bad pilot. You bad pilot. No, iRacing. Oh.
Car on your left. Clear on the left.
Tires. The way you're just trapped. The tyre trap. We had a little bit of good voice chat, yeah. Yeah, I think we probably will get a DQ. 2 laps to go, I think. Like, the thing is as well, isn't it a bit weird that we're on for a DQ?
The car behind is closing on you.
Have we
the gap
done-
is 1.7
Have we actually
seconds.
done anything wrong in this race? That's what I find weird with safety rating. Is it's like it doesn't seem to line up to anything that we ever have done. Like, you gain safety rating when you've been terrible, and you lose it when you've been fine. It really doesn't like line up to anything. It's also the most realistic. You know, as you'll know, in many real motorsport races, they track safety rating. They have a little safety rating scorecard. It's one of the most exciting parts of real driving. Five K racing gets DQ'd in rookie race. Go home and play Tetris. Stefan Hayes, hello. Well, this was my idea that I was saying for bad drivers. They should get, if you drive particularly badly, you should have to drive in like a wreckers split for like until you do 3 races with no car contacts.
New fastest lap for you.
This is quite. If you wanted to simulate cross-channel ferry racing, this is pretty good. Yeah, probably Kevin, but it's fine. I'm used to iRacing doing that. If you can't deal with the consequences, don't play the game. It's probably because it has like monstrous TC and it's just a bit of a tank and it doesn't rotate, and as soon as it starts rotating then the TC engages. I don't mind it, but yeah, it's a weird car in the sense that it's a very expensive
the screen just turned upside down, man.
It's not a cheap car, and yet the racing in it is worse than a Mazda.
A triple screen just turned upside down. I'm not going to finish here. Upset.
You got a slow car on the right side. Alright, there's the checkered flag.
Well, we'll
Better schedule some testing, we'll get them next time.
Analyse this, guys. You ready? How guilty was I? I don't think I was. I don't think I was guilty in that. I need to buy some new tea bags. This tea tastes terrible. I ran out of tea bags, so there was some loose tea bags that had fallen.
Mind the gap.
There was some tea bags that had fallen out into the back of my cupboard, so I've been using them, and some of them have been there for a long time. Yorkshire Gold. Just normal Yorkshire. Right, let's see. Yeah, he's constantly right. He's doing the same thing that is, as I say, this is always iRacing. Right. There's no need for me to move to the left, but in iRacing, and it makes sense from a basic racecraft position. It makes sense for this car to hold its line because you want to compromise this car's line into the next corner. So Otherwise, they will just obviously they'll just overtake. There's just no racing, right? So you You want to hold your line, but you can't do this because they don't drive with any awareness to the vehicles around them. 90%, that's the exact number, of iRacers and sim racers in general don't look before they move. They will just drive. They assume that everyone drives a hot lap line. Whereas I think if you watch a lot of real driving, you watch onboards with an onboard helmet camera, and if you do go-karting yourself, you look before you move because you're like, well, what's the point of me driving into that car? It's going to slow me down. So, and I think they'll be defending the line as much as possible. So I'm going to look to check to make sure it's clear, or or you will assume that they will be holding a line to make it harder for you generally. But in iRacing, people just slowly drive into it. It's not like they even quickly drive into you. It's just a total lack of awareness. It's so like a hot lapping way of driving is so bad in Sims. It's a really common sim thing, and it's not just a single monitor. It's because you can push a button to look. No, I haven't done much karting. No, not at all. I can't afford it. Yeah, I turn left. Good luck. I mean, naturally in real life, the thing is that whole design of mirrors with most vehicles is that if there's a car next to you, if they're overlapping you significantly, you can see them whilst looking straight ahead. And if they're overlapping you at the back of your car, when you're looking ahead, you will see them in your mirror. So unless it's a blind spot, you're aware of those cars in probably a sort of more innate way. So I think that's why in a go-kart you'd have mirrors, obviously, but you still can see better. So you have an innate understanding that if I turn left, I'm going to drive into them, which you don't really have in simulators. So you can understand why that's a difference and why that would cause it. But it takes like the most minimal amount of brain power to go, oh, there's a car next to me. The spotter's saying there's a car next to me. I'm not going to turn into them. Or I'm going to tap my look left and right button. Ah, dear. Yeah, I've been to Buckmore Park a few times. It's a good track, actually, but I'm too fat. I'd like to do it in a faster go-kart. Most people have no idea how to use mirrors. Well, they do. They just don't like cyclists. And you can do the old, they're in my blind spot excuse. It's a classic. Absolute, what a classic. Wow, there was some good crashes in this one. Right, what's this guy on my left doing? So, again, there you go. It just assumes. Oh, bonk. I mean, I am actually moving to the right, but look at them. He's driven himself off the track. He's got the wrong line. He's got a car in front of him. He's effectively driven himself off the circuit here by staying on the throttle in a situation where that will mean that that's what's keeping him next to me, and he's driven into us. But that's fine. Fine. I am actually moving to the right. But again, you can't just drive into the car next to you. Like, it's so dumb. I'm sorry. There's a car next to you. That's the downside of being on the outside of a corner, is you have to be aware that there might still be a car on the track. We didn't push him off. He drove himself off the track from the line he's taken through the corner. In iRacing, your trajectory through the corner is like 99% set by the brake into the corner. So you already know the trajectory that car will take at the entry point of the corner, because iRacing doesn't have that controllable slip that you can then balance and change. So it actually weirdly makes it a lot less ambiguous in iRacing. In AC and even in R Factor 2 and AMS1, you can actually hold the slip differently so that the initial corner entry does not define the trajectory through the corner. Right, why, if you're this car, why move enough to the left for the car behind you to then draft into the gap in the middle? Don't do like this guy should have just moved left. Brigandine, thank you, welcome. This guy should have just stayed next to this vehicle and held next to him, forcing this car to be on the outside, or he should have gone right to the left hand side so that he's not the car in the middle. He kind of did, so I let him off. Fair enough. Okay, so this is fine. We've got a good run here. So we're obviously escaping all of these vehicles. This inside car has lost the corner. Now watch what the car on the inside does. He's not braking for the... He's never making it through that corner. He's never making it. This line through the corner is not happening. I'm going to get hit by the car on the left. I'm trying my best to open up space. He has to brake earlier. He's never winning this corner. Although he did actually benefit from that. Why? Right. Yeah, he either needs to have his car further to the right, or he needs to brake earlier, because, like, sure, I do turn into him, but we're going into the court. I can't. It's so marginal, and I have to turn. Otherwise, there's this car, and I've still left plenty of room for him. Do you mean I moved under braking? It's a corner. Yeah, we're in the corner. Yeah, I'm nearly a full car ahead of him. He's lost the corner. He lost the corner at this point here, right? He's lost that corner here. He's gone. Yeah. And then what's this guy doing? Zero awareness again. Oh, zero. He's just seen a car drift through the car. Just what? How? With reaction times of a sloth. Oh, you've just seen this. Why? What is he? Is he driving with his eyes closed? I mean, just where are you going? Go to the right or the left? That's another 4x for me. Apparently I'm a 4x trader. Like, what? I mean, I literally don't even change my path at all. How do you drive into someone like that? You've just seen this. Surely you brake more to be on the inside. You don't just... Oh dear, like, honestly, like, fair enough though, you know, whatever. But it's just... Right, let's see what happened with these guys that were going mental. What doing? Okay. It was on the heat.
Oh no! Idiot! Idiot! Fuck you!
A classic. Right, so this guy almost pits the car in front. Car in front catches it. He's still driving into the car in front, and he's loose. And then he manages to pit him into the wall because this guy just Riccardo Mangaletti is mangling. Oh no, it's not Riccardo. It's Connor. It's Connor. It's Connor. Isn't Connor the bandit that's been wrecking everybody for 2 years? 2 years this guy's been wrecking people. I'm pretty sure it's the same guy. And iRacing have never done anything about it. For years, For years, he's like wrecking everybody in every race he's in, and iRacing are like, well, you know, nothing we can do. And people take this game seriously. It's so stupid. It's so stupid, guys. It's so stupid. I mean, and then the netcode should allow for this type of contact.
Oh no. Idiot! Idiot! Fuck you!
I'm saving that.
That was Top Gun.
It's necessary. Necessary. Yeah. Oh no. Idiot! Idiot!
Idiot!
Fuck you.
Idiot!
3 laps again, and you, idiot. Congratulations.
3 laps again, and you idiot.
3 laps again, and you, idiot. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Yeah, well, that's good. 3 laps again, and you
3
idiot.
laps again, and you, idiot. Congratulations.
Congratulations. Congratulations. 3 laps
again, and you, idiot. Congratulations.
Congratulations. Congratulations. Congratulations. You idiot. Congratulations. Congratulations. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. Yeah, it's worth it for that. Congratulations. That's almost a remix in and of itself. I want to build a DD girl speedometer on this. Maybe we can get a dash with a dial on it. No, where's... Maybe we can find some dials. Oh, that was good fun. I don't think it knows how to use this software. Oh, hang on, update. What are we updating? Yeah, it thinks my wheelbase is not up to date, but then when I go to the firmware manager, right, it says I'm on 1.266, and then it says latest firmware 1.255. So why am I on like beta firmware? I must be on like some beta or something. Maybe that's what's going on there. Everything else up to date. That's really weird. It's all good though. Firmware manager's not up to date. Update everything. Yeah. I need to go to get some food from the supermarket. Congratulations. Congratulations. Right, we need to get some food. Some milsh and some food. Ah dear, that was good fun. I enjoyed that. The wheel testing is going well. I feel like we've added more images to the wheel, and isn't that the meaning of life? I might be back later, guys. Look, I'm gonna send you guys to a legend. He's on his bicycle. He's walking around now. I don't even know what he's doing. I'm going to get some food. I'll probably be back later for some more. Maybe we'll do some racing. Would any of you guys be here in like half an hour's time if we do some AC or something? I might need to just do a video though. I don't know. So, yeah, I'll try. Maybe I'll come back later. We'll see how much energy we've got. But this guy's a legend. Give him a follow, guys. He's doing really good. Okay. Maybe we can do some AC. It'd be good. Oops, I left my recording on. Thanks for taking part, though, in this stream. Really appreciate the subs we had and filing account with his mega channel membership, gifted members and everything. And thank you as always. Woo! Bit later, hopefully. What can we get as a treat? There must be something. There must be something we could treat ourselves with. Other than healthy stuff. Maybe I'll make some soup as well. Right. That's my treat. Some vegetable soup. Woohoo, what a treat. Thrilling. Bye guys. Have a good bit. See you in a bit. Getting this guy's chat. Spam Happy Tea Time in his chat if you can. And give him a follow. Bye guys.